Hello everyone and welcome to the PokerStars Arena, hosting this week's Sunday Million. It started yesterday on a Sunday, funnily enough, with 9,590 entries, prize pool of $1 million as per the guarantee, and 98 players, nearly 100, returning for day two. Play getting underway just now, and they will play down to a winner tonight who'll receive 56.5k plus bounties. Hello, it is James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my baby. 98 players, isn't that like 20 more than we usually have?
Yeah, it's on the high side, although, and I've run the numbers, Joe, average stack 4.8 million, blinds 100, 200. It's a 24 big blind average. It's pretty shallow, so I think we might see a fair few eliminations in the first few hands. Let's get straight to the action at our first feature table this evening, which is headlined by an online beast, the sick one, Klaas Sagebrecht, and also Millennial. That is Bulgarian poker player Georgi Sandev.
All right. That is not a photo of Georgi Sandev, though.
And I don't believe that that is an accurate image of Klaas Sagebrecht either. Blinds, as I stated, 100, 200. Blinds going up in 5 minutes. So it's going to get even shallower, Joe. The blinds are going to go to 125, 250 very shortly. Meanwhile, we have got pocket kings here versus top pair.
I mean, we could lose 3 players in the next 90 seconds before the blinds go up.
And looking at Iljukovic's stack, it could all go in on the flop. And that is a virtual all-in. There's the rest of it. And Iljukovic is going to get it in as a 9-1 favorite here.
Well, the good news, it's only a $98 bounty that young Deo won't be winning.
And this could be over on the turn. And there is the double up for Iljukovic. But we have had 2 bust outs from other tables. 96 players remaining as we welcome Maria Ho to the PokerStars Arena. Maria, how are you this fine Monday evening?
I'm doing well. It's a Monday morning over here.
Of
so
course.
I'm chipper. I've got my coffee in hand, and I'm good.
Maria,
Yes.
top of the Monday morning to you.
Ah, yes. I don't even have it in a proper cup, though. It's still in the plastic delivery stuff. And I'm ashamed to even say what brand of coffee I'm drinking, actually. I don't want to support the big franchise corporations.
Oh, looks like another double up here as Love Bugs doubles up through sick one. Klaas Sagebrecht left short 3.6 million. A reminder, the average stack right now is just over 5 million with 94 players now remaining. I think it's going to be hard to keep tabs of how many players remaining over the course of at least the first 30, if not first 60 minutes of today. Super shallow right now, and we are expecting a lot of bust outs.
Ooh, baby.
Yeah, ace-jack suited not finding the all-in pre, but now definitely has a lot of equity. Probably gonna just go with it. Gonna find themselves up against kings again.
What's it gonna be, Dave?
Just a really coordinated texture here. Yeah, you might just want to shut it down.
And no club, but Barry Greenstein makes an appearance. And that ace on the river is going to save the ace-jack, and young Dio gets the double up.
So many eliminations so far, just none at this table.
Correct. Down to 92 players, so 6 bust outs in the first 4 minutes of play. But you're right to highlight, Joe, that we've not seen any KOs at our first feature table. 3 double ups. And another club draw, this time for Millennial. So Georgi Sandev has $4.7 million in online earnings. Best result was back in 2021, a 4th place finish in a 5K Titans event for $93,000. And Iljukovic here with pocket jacks, but don't see anyone getting involved here. 10-3 for Magic, 10 deuce for Sick One.
I mean, if jacks can't beat 10-3 and 10 deuce at the same time, maybe I will start hating jacks like everybody else.
Looks like we've got a disco, though.
Oh, no.
Almost.
Glass, not now. Let's see if he comes back to play his small blind. 89 players remaining, so looks like we're going to be averaging 2 bust outs per minute.
If I was going to have a disco, 10 deuce in the big blind, actually I think is maybe one of the best times you can get it.
Magic super short and might decide to take a stand here with ace-9, and with a bounty of nearly $300 and not much, understand why young Dio makes the call and flops it, and we do see a KO from this table. Magic is busted by young Dio. That takes us down to 88. This table is closing, so we are switching. And here we have the start of day chip leader, Heisenberg PS, playing from Kazakhstan, who is currently number 2 on the leaderboard because a player from the UK called Dig and Delve has taken the number 1 spot with 17.5 million, but Heisenberg still vying for the chip lead with 15 million.
We've got Heisenberg and Saul Goodman at the same table.
Oh yeah. A glitch, Joseph.
Insomnia hoping for a safe flop with those 3s from the big blind. This doesn't look great with the ace out there, but they do have that gut shot. They're pretty committed if they want to play this hand any further. Are they gonna stick with it or wait for a better spot is the question.
I would choose to see the ace here as an undercard. Just as a way to, keep that positive mindset.
Well,
Whoops.
Insomnia with the straight draw does not get there. And Virto will eliminate Insomnia and claim a bounty of nearly $168. Down to 84. So 14 eliminations in the first 7 minutes, still averaging 2 bust outs per minute in a very shallow Sunday Million right now. It will no doubt slow down at some point, but maybe not for a while.
Or we'll just, call it a day in 42 minutes, guys.
Or they'll do a chop. An
I'd definitely like to
82-way chop, maybe? By the way, with 83 players remaining, they've all locked up nearly $400, $396.77. Next money jump will be when we are down to 71.
Thank goodness we have Maria here to help us analyze the action. Yeah, I think they should get it in here. Yep, they'll probably be getting it in here. This seems like a get it in spot to me. I'd be surprised if anything happened besides getting it in here.
Let's see how badly Heisenberg wants this $400 bounty. It's an additional 2 and a bit million. Heisenberg folds. What do we know about Heisenberg PS? As I mentioned, plays from Kazakhstan. Only has 56k in PokerStars earnings. Clearly a low-stakes player who normally plays PKO events. And their best online result was 2 years ago. 4th place in a $16.50 bounty builder. That was worth $1,700. So Heisenberg guaranteed a career best score tonight when you factor in the bounties already won.
We'll love to see it.
So ace-8 versus ace-10. Virto still with the best hand and the advantage of position. Heisenberg with the betting lead and a lot of chips.
Yeah, sometimes people will play the ace-10 suited cutoff versus button as a 3-bet, but a flat is fine as well. You've got those 2 short stacks in the big blinds. If they shove, of course, you could easily call off. Still ahead with the ace-10, though, after it goes check, check on the flop.
I'm actually going to get my Post-its out and write that one down. I feel like that one's going to come up over the next couple of days for me.
Well, if this goes to showdown, you get your first performance of the evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Can flat, ace 10 suited versus...
Although this bet from Heisenberg might elicit a fold.
Interesting to see them turn this hand into a bluff, trying to get rid of hands like 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, those small pairs that you're not going to be able to win at showdown. Also better ace highs, although a lot of the times better ace highs will 3-bet pre. So good bet. Way to take it down.
And we are now at 78 players. That's 20 eliminations in 10 minutes. Still on pace. 2 bust outs per minute.
Stapes, you want to write that down as well? Bluff when you don't make a hand.
I tried that last time. It didn't exactly work out for me.
But I don't want you to be deterred from doing it.
Well, I was just wondering if maybe I was overcorrecting and I wasn't picking good enough spots to do it in. So I will try to not stop doing it entirely, but maybe find some better spots.
I definitely would want you to err on the side of over bluffing versus under bluffing, especially against the fields that you play.
Okay.
So it's okay.
What could
all right.
possibly go wrong?
I felt like, look, you're really great, by the way. And when I explained some of those hands to you, if you guys listen to the podcast, you'll have heard the hands I'm talking about because I did talk about them on the podcast, even though Maria wasn't there. And I was definitely afraid you were just going to be like, WTF were you doing? Jamming in that spot. That was like my greatest fear. So thanks for not saying that.
Right, only behind your back. Like James knows what I really think. But
No, I'd much rather you talk about me behind my back than to my face.
Oh, we got trip 4s here for Leon. Just ace high for Virto.
yeah, it feels like that board pairing makes ace high look a little bit better, but this board just keeps getting worse and worse. The backdoor flush draw also comes in, and now you're facing a pot size shove on the river. I think it's just too much of a hero, I think, to try to look your opponent up with ace jack here.
Especially with how fast Leon rammed the chips in on the river there, too. If I could make just a slight criticism there. Just give it a couple of seconds.
Absolutely. I think timing tells are incredibly important. That's probably one of the most important times to play online. Oh, my goodness.
Hero call gone wrong for Virto, who's down to 3.8 million. Average stack is up to 6.4 million because we're already down to 75 players. Now we have ace-queen on the button for Eula. All in, shoving on Leon and shoving on Vidos, who is quite short in the big blind and will no doubt call it off here with 7s and take the race.
Does have the 10s opening, though, which might factor into this decision a little bit. It feels like you're not going to get...
Sorry, I missed that. I missed Verkel. I'm sorry. So it's Verkel who calls it off. And here we go, off to the races. Ace on the desk, 2-pair on the turn. Bye-bye Verkel. And a sensible fold from the 7s as Eula chips up to 11.5 million and takes a bounty. 73 players remaining. Hello, Scooby-Doo-Doggio.
That's the Italian version of Scooby-Doo. Hey, I'm a Scooby-Doo-Doggio.
What about Scrappy-Doo-Doggio? And who was the third one? There was like a kind of like slightly like not right in the head one who popped up in later seasons.
He was like dark gray.
Yes.
I don't know that one's name. A little too aggro for me. All right, 5 deuce gets there.
Yeah, some people might not even be defending the big blind with 5 deuce, but you know, you do have a lot of chips. And hey, you could always turn bottom pair and bet and win.
Is that a genuine answer, Phil? Oh my, he's right. The character is called Scooby Dumb. I did say he wasn't, you know, all there.
Right. There's probably a lot of people in chat that can relate.
Well, Scooby gets it in. Leon with 7s. And Scooby has the dominating hand and will be a decent favorite here to double up through Leon. Club alert. Oh! Oh, it's not coming 7, but it is coming running clubs to KO Scooby DeDoggio and give Leon another bounty and a stack of 9.1 million. Right now, we have got the player who is 3rd in chips, Heisenberg PS. Dig and Delve sits 2nd on the leaderboard. D. Doncat, playing from Austria, is the current tourney boss with 17.9 million. Down to 70 players now. 28 eliminations so far.
I don't want anyone to worry. I've just received word, I got it on good authority, that Scooby DeDoggio just went to go live on a farm. Everything's fine.
I tell you who is not on a farm, and that is Klaas Segerbrecht, hearing that Sick One, who was at our first feature table, has gone. So among the early eliminations here on day 2, Ace King versus Ace 6. Domination rotation, and Nagabator is gone. This is getting silly. Six-5 opening. Virto fold the 10s. They're not really working out for people today.
Yeah, off of 28 bigs, just decides to flat. You know, if they were a bit shallower, 20 bigs or less, I'm sure we would have seen a shove out of them. Just going to take a flop. Pretty safe.
Yeah, pair of 5s for both Leon and Heisenberg. Leon will be more interested in the strawberries on the board.
5 not insignificant either. Having a little pair to go with it. Gives you that little extra confidence.
68, so that's 30 eliminations in 18 minutes. Fun. Oh! Oh!
So
Oh,
gross. Case 5.
And Leon is getting larger. Makes it 1 million.
Yeah, and Heisenberg, you know, even with trip 5s here, is somewhat aware that Leon could also have trips considering they defended from the big blind. Certainly have a lot of 5x, and the 6-5 is not a great kicker, but just gonna have to.
Well, this
put the
could
chips in, I
be
think.
a chop pot, assuming that Heisenberg makes the call here.
I'm not
Yeah,
ready
you
for
see
this.
that. No,
I really
I'm
want
not
someone
either,
to get
but
brutally sucked out on here.
Well, there is some prospect of that.
Yeah, you see,
I
there's
mean-
a lot of discomfort in calling, and us in potentially seeing the Chop Hot song. But
Well, there's the call.
They do anyways.
And there's a heart on the river, and Leon improves to a flush and takes a huge chunk of Heisenberg's stack. And is that going to make Leon the chip leader? No, Leon 2nd in chips. Iljukovic, who we saw at our very first feature table, the player with the cute dog avatar, Iljukovic has 21 million right now, but Leon is number 2, and Leon is obviously the chip leader at this particular table. 66 players remaining.
There goes Joe jinxing again. That wasn't my fault.
Yeah, Joe. God.
I didn't do that. I did that.
Vitos, not many more chances. You know, you've got a big chunk of your stack in there, but still not willing to go with the 8-7 with about 2 bigs.
Now, this will probably come as a shock to you, but I wasn't up late last night watching the Sunday Million in real time. But I can imagine that it must have got really, really nitty during the late stages of day one for people to come back so short, for the average stack to be so shallow, and for 98 players to return and then basically just go for it in the first 20 minutes of day two.
I mean, you have to with the 24 big blind average to start.
I mean, it's a solid observation. What are we at right now? 153. So we're still not at a 30 big blind average, even with 66 players remaining.
Maria, when the average is so shallow, do you have to adjust what normally your get it in range would be if everyone else is around the same size as you, or no?
No. I think at that point, you know, again, you're just still going to open your same ranges and you're going to call off with the correct ranges. But I think sometimes, depending on what type of table you have, if they're a little bit more passive and they're afraid to get it in, then you can push that action around a little bit, because a lot of these players are going to be handcuffed to having to go all in against your opens. But you definitely don't have to really do any adjustment on your part.
So the stack size where you're like trying to get it in is not relative. It's pretty absolute.
Yes.
Ace King versus King 10, and it's King 10 at risk. It's another rotation situation, and Fly Daniel C doubles up through Virto. Mr. Bean Fan asks on YouTube, why doesn't Joe commentate more live events, and James as well? I mean, so far this year, we were in Prague in March, we were in Monte Carlo in the spring, Barcelona in the summer, we did London recently, we've got Prague coming up just before Christmas, and then we've got 10 days of live streaming from the Bahamas in January. But I'm a full-time employee of PokerStars. Joe is contracted to PokerStars. So if you're asking why we don't do live events that aren't PokerStars live events, there's your answer, my friend.
We need PokerStars to have more live events for us to do more live events.
I think the volume of live events we've got is perfect. Thank you very much. As Vidos is eliminated by Dig and Delve.
I don't know about you, James, but it's in my contract that if they do more than 50 live events a year, I get a raise. So I'm just kind of hoping for the.
Well, what are we
that
at this
number
year,
a bit
then, Joe?
lower?
5. So basically, we need to you need a 501% increase in live events in order. Oh,
All right, well,
Kings versus Ace Queen, and look at that,
wow.
true queens on the flop. Quads.
Not
Hashtag
good.
death by quads for Fly Daniel C, who is KO'd, taking us down to 62.
I mean, if you guys get up to 50 events, the cost to clone yourselves isn't really going to be worth that bonus kicking in. So good luck with that.
Ryan on YouTube asks, any update on the Irish Open? If you're asking specifically for an update on Joe's suggestion from a recent podcast, no. I think, Joe, you were under the naive expectation that important people would listen to the show and do something, but I think you may have to take matters into your own hand.
Yeah, what would be yours? Where should I get started on that?
Well, I'll tell you what, the people that we need to speak to will be in Prague. So when we get to the Czech Republic next month, let's pick up that conversation.
Okay.
Dig and Delve is at the table. One of the chip leaders. Dig and Delve, in fact, is the overall chip leader right now with 21.5 million and the biggest bounty, $1,500. When people write so rigged, is it just something that people say now, or do people genuinely believe that?
It would be good to know if people are being sarcastic or, when I say so rigged, I'm being sarcastic. Obviously, I don't think it's rigged. But when people say it genuinely, it really irritates me. Like this one. People are forced to play and shove on these hands and have the worst runouts during online poker. So many bad beats. I don't think that's sarcasm.
Barely English. We've got ace 3 here for Meeks. And now a jack 9 button raise from Leon. Ace Queen gets the job done for Heisenberg. Are things finally slowing down? So with one more elimination, we will be down to 58. That will be 40 eliminations from the start of the day.
Leon definitely opening wider and wider as their chip stack gets bigger and bigger, which no surprise.
It's hard, Phil. And that's a walk for Dig and Delve, the chip leader in the big blind with a junky hand.
I would implore anyone who has issues with the randomness and the frequency to just watch a million hands or so and then get back to us with how often a 70-30 comes out. And I'd say if you watch a million hands and there's something way out of the ordinary, I would at least listen to what you have to say.
I would say if you watched a 70-30 run out a million times, I reckon the hand that has 30% equity is going to get there approximately 30% of the time. I'm going to say it's probably within 0.5% of that. Over a million.
You think a million's enough to get that close? I mean, look, it's possible that it even runs out like 60-40, but I would say that's not even that crazy if it's supposed to be 70-30.
Well, pair of sevens here for Euler. Meanwhile, Dig and Delve with the best of it. Top pair, top kicker. Nearly a 4-1 favourite here, facing a bet of 300,000.
I almost feel like against that small of a sizing, I would have liked to raise the turn with the ace-jack and get some more value here. Obviously, rivering trips going to be going for the raise. I would think the flush gets there, but still, again, the sizing is what you're targeting. Looks like just a thin value.
King, Queen, all in. I have to say, Virto's not had the best fortune so far today.
Yeah, certainly going to get looked up. Is it going to be Dig and Delve, or will it be Leon who's going to close the action?
Leon makes the call, and ace high is holding. Straight draw, but doesn't get there. Virto is KO'd, and Leon is up over 20 million. Dig and Delve, though, remains chip leader with 58 players remaining. So there we go. 29 minutes, near enough 30 minutes of play, and 40 bust outs. But this was to be expected. We said at the start, guys, the numbers don't lie. You come back with 98 players when we normally come back with around 70. You come back with a 24 big blind average, and the blinds then go up after 5 minutes. This is what's going to happen. We need to see that consolidation.
Maria, in general, when you're talking about poker statistics, I know that even something like 10,000 hands isn't considered to be that much. Is a million, are we starting to get into an area where it's like an okay sample size, or is it even more than that?
No, I think a million is a good sample size. I feel like
Okay.
any type of statistical anomalies will really start to even out at that point.
But I
And
remember
online,
during the
it's so possible. Yeah.
yeah, during the Galfond challenge when they were playing, I think it was 50,000 hands or something, people were like, yeah, 50,000 hands is maybe enough for variance to even itself out, but not really.
Yeah. And that's kind of why in the online era, when we talk about another reason why some of these younger players are so much better, it's not meant as a disrespect to the older players, but they're just seeing so many more hands in such a shorter period of time. I mean,
Right.
to play a million hands live is just insane. But if you're multi-tabling online, it's really not that hard to get there.
Well, we've
How many
seen.
hands do you think you've played lifetime?
Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to think about that one. I feel like I have a tracker. Like I had some software that tracked how many hands online I played, and then I'll have to factor in the live stuff. But a lot.
100, 200.
1,000? No.
I mean, if you include all the ones that, you know, I play on our Thursday night poker game, yeah, at least 100.
The 50 or 60 we get in on our
100
weekly
hands of
home game.
So, what we got here then? We've got a pair of nines, top kicker for hard fill. Leon.
Yeah, it does have that, you know, gut shot, straight draw, backdoor flush draw, 2 overcards.
Wow.
Okay, this puts the ace-9 in a really tough spot for sure. You know, you probably weren't expecting that bet size out of Leon. When you have second pair, you're hoping to see one, you know, take off another card and maybe hope to improve. But yeah, gets the job done when you put that kind of pressure on.
I just really admire someone being able to put all the chips in with that little equity on a board that is going to connect pretty heavily with everyone else usually.
We've got aces all in here. Unlikely to get called.
Interesting that the aces just goes for the open shove, though, off of a 12 million chip stack. Hey,
Yo, you don't want to get your
of
aces
some-
cracked, Maria. You don't want to give them a chance to crack your aces.
Blinds up to 200,000, 400,000. And with 55 players remaining, everyone is locked up. $473. Next money jump will be when we're down to 47 players, when everyone will be guaranteed more than $626. Plus, of course, bounties every time you eliminate a player.
Seven's looking to continue. Definitely sizing up Callahan's stack, just under 20 big blinds now after the open, so decides to just put them all in, and Callahan's not going to be able to call there.
And Dig and Delve retains the chip lead. Has a slight advantage over another player from the UK called Con Todd. He's got 24 million. Dig and delve on the button. Makes it 800,000 with ace-8. Euler calls with queen jack.
Ooh.
And has flopped the open-ended straight draw. Ace-high still the best hand, but practically a flip.
This board favors Dig and Delve's range a little more than the big blind defending range, but is trying to get to showdown.
We're going to see it, and ace-high is going to win the pot. $53 players right now, 9 million average stack.
A fairly relevant bad beat story in the chat. Rantaremi went broke to Heisenberg. Almost made day 2.
Unlucky. Well, Heisenberg came into day 2 as the chip leader, but after that huge hand earlier is now on the low side, has 2/3 average. And to be honest with you, average stack is still pretty shallow. Blind's going up every 15 minutes. A lot of players right now in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Aces for the chip leader, but nothing for anybody else.
What do we have for payouts right now?
473. Yeah.
Yeah.
Heisenberg just going to go for the shove off of 15 bigs. I mean, the problem here is that Dankel, with a hand that you would call it off with, but you don't get to win the bounty because you have the shorter stack, so decides to give it up. I mean, it's just one of those things where I would personally be calling it off, but when you don't have the bounty to incentivize you, you also feel like maybe you can find a better spot where you're going to be the person going all in instead of calling it off.
6 is all in here. Flattered by the ace-queen, and Dank likely to rejam here with ace-king, and Euler will have to call, is priced in, and there's the prospect of a double KO with a little bit of nastiness. Ooh, here we go. Ace, king, 8, diamonds, diamonds.
Oh.
But the 6 on the turn, so sick.
Wow, so no one is eliminated there.
Wait, how are you going to fold the deuces there? You're running hot on sets right now.
Yeah, it's exactly that school of thought that Maria is trying to iron out of you.
Yeah, but luckily I'm never running hot in sets, so I just fold all my pairs.
And that will see ace-10 hold against king-jack and a double up for Dankel. It's like, Joe, why did you play the hand this way? Well, on the previous hand I flopped a set, so I figured sets are hot today, so I have to play every pocket pair.
You have to play the rush, okay?
Yes.
It's in Super System. first of all. So
Right, and then
go ahead and disagree with Doyle Brunson.
right. Which Doyle has also followed up with him playing his hand 10 deuce has lost him way more money than him winning with it. So
Queen 8 against 5-4. And it's the gut shot straight draw, backdoor flush draw for Meeks. And there is the flush draw on the turn. 40% equity now. And there is the straight on the river, having had both draws on the turn. And Meeks is going to take this. So yes, we have had a callback to last week when someone found some random website, Maria, where you can get information about people and crucially their net worth. And it was revealed that
I hate to tell you, Maria, I'm worth more than you.
Joe Stapleton is worth $12 million, was born in 1982 but is only 38 years old. Meanwhile, I am one of the highest earning English journalists, but my ethnicity is unknown.
oh my gosh. Somebody send me a link to this site. I'm going to look up everybody else I know.
I'm just going to caveat it with the prospect that not all the information on there is possibly accurate.
I think it only had you at 5 million and me at 12 million.
Oh, no, it's like 1.5. I was like a pauper compared to you.
No,
that
no,
being
I meant
said,
Maria.
Oh.
And at 1.5, you're one of the highest paid journalists in the UK, which is doesn't say a lot for your entertainment industry,
I mean,
does
you
it?
say in the UK, but I would point out my ethnicity is unknown.
Right.
Right, it's just where you're located. It's not where you're from.
Well, we've got
But you know
Callahan.
what? We're going to get to the bottom of that mystery, James. I'll find out. I'm going to send you a 23andMe
Yeah?
test. You spit into the tube. We're going to figure it out.
Having a hard
Callahan
time finding that
raise
website
and
now.
take it. Please don't dig it out again. I don't. 2 weeks in a row is too much.
Okay, all right.
But all I would say, Joe, is next time the whole chip in a chair debacle debate surfaces, this is a classic example that you need to bring up to disprove the internet as a reliable source of information.
Right, of course. Yeah, I'll be like, look, here's a link to my celebrity net worth page. You think this is accurate? So is your Wikipedia page of this treetop guy.
Ace-6 versus Ace-Jack, and Ace-Jack is holding. Still good.
Pretty annoying spot for Ace-6. I just hate that this is like the fate now, is that you have to defend the ace and you've got to call twice, and then on the river you've got to be like, well, all right, okay, you have to call twice now, I guess.
Yeah, here it does give you the opening to get away from it, and a lot of the times you will see the ace-6 just find the fold. It's just not necessarily a spot people will take as bluffs, but they did call, and then, you know, you lose a huge chunk of your stack, Stapes, and that's why you shouldn't defend the big blind with ace-6.
Bankroll up to nearly 12 million. The average stack right now is 10 million. We're at the 200, 400 blind level. Blinds going up to 255 in 3 minutes.
If you always fold there, though, that's exploitable, right? If you always fold ace-6 to that shove?
Yeah, it's because if you look at, you know, a chart of people's opening ranges from under the gun +1, think about the hands that includes, right? It's going to include a lot of those Broadway connected hands.
Right.
You know, your hand is slightly
Pocket
better
pairs.
than those hands and small pocket pairs and things like that. So yeah, it is exploitable.
Classic race underway, a race that is won by the ace-king, so that is a double up, putting a dent into Dig and Delve, who is now 8th in chips. Con Todd from the UK is up over 32 million right now. 47 players remaining, so that means more than 50 eliminations. More than half the field gone, and we haven't even hit the first break.
YouTube's on fire today, by the way. Someone moments ago trying to prove that there was something fishy going on with the randomness of it, because they bet that the best pair wouldn't win at least 3 times in a row. So,
I mean, that
here we
sounds
go.
like a
Sevens
solid
versus
bet.
fives. Sevens versus fives. Here we go.
Well, we have been joined at the table by Tiago Crema, K. Cremate, Brazilian player with 8 million in online earnings. Makes the call. Sevens holding. Oh, there's a 5 on the turn, though. A full house. And the elimination of Callahan. Dirty. Harry. And K. Cremate takes the bounty and is up to nearly 10 million.
Okay, 0 times in a row. Pair versus pair, the worst pair. So 0 times in a row.
Yeah, they might be onto something. Hard fill, you know, has the type of hand that it just feels like when it's folded to you on the button, you should just take it as a shove with your stack size. But always a little bit afraid when you're playing a PKO that your bounty is going to make people want to call you a little bit lighter, and then you feel like Jack-9 suited might not play as well, but still think that that's the chance you have to take.
8-7 suited completes. Jack-9 off for Meeks in the big. Raises to 2 mil.
Dig and Delve. It's a thinking man's name. Or person. Thinking person's name, I should say.
Blinds now 250,000 at 500,000. Outside of ace-king and the big, don't really see much here.
Hard fill with 6-9.
Meeks.
It's kind of what I'd say about this hand. Yeah.
Fill with king-queen.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to get better than this unopened to you. You've got 13 bigs. We see that dig and delve behind them has sevens and is going to call if hard fill shoves, but looks like they're just going to open, and that definitely is going to pave the way for dig and delve to put in a 3-bet. When you look at hard fill stack size, you're not going to be too upset about having to get it in against them.
We're digging and we're delving, making it 3.5 million. Everyone else should fold. Back on fill. Do you want to go with it? King, queen offsuit.
Yeah, it just seems almost inconceivable to raise 2.5x and then fold, especially when this is a spot that you could have just open shoved and avoided this.
Phil decides not to call, does not take the flip. Meanwhile, we have dropped down to 37 players. There is a very small chance that by the time we hit the first break, we're going to be down to the final 4 tables. We only need another 5 eliminations, and it's not beyond the realms of possibility that will happen inside of 4 minutes. What are we looking at in terms of payouts? Payouts now we're down to 37 players, still at 626. And dig and delve opening here with 9-8 offsuit. Meeks with ace-6. Round to the blinds. Bribbles in the small blind with ace-8 suited flats. Heisenberg, jack-9 offsuit.
Oh, so few
Calls
chips, but
as well.
jack-9. Here you go.
Yeah, top pair for Heisenberg, but the open-ended straight draw for dig and delve.
Now, you know how I say that when you're open-ended, you always make a pair? The pairs are blocked. Maybe the open-ender will get there for once.
Well, Heisenberg has just open jammed flop, 4.5 into 3.5. Dig and delve has to decide whether to gamble here with the straight draw for a $702 bounty and is re-raising to isolate. This will get rid of Bribbles, and here we go. And the board will brick out for Dig and Delve, who does make a pair on the river. Not enough to beat the pair of jacks. Heisenberg doubles up.
Yeah, it just shows the power of the bounty and how alluring it is, because a lot of times you're not getting the correct odds to make that call, but you've got $700 bounty staring you in the face. It's hard to fold, but it also, you know, makes you regret perhaps opening so wide with that 9-8 off and getting yourself in a little bit of trouble post.
Yeah, Dig and Delve, one-time chip leader, now not even in the top 10. Meanwhile, the Belarusian player Ilyukovic has reclaimed the top spot. Ilyukovic, the chip leader right now, with 40.5 million. Ace 10 all in for Dankol. And Bribbles.
Yeah. I would have definitely gone with the king queen off of that stack size. I know that nobody likes to put their tournament life at risk, but that hand is just too good from the button against a big blind shove.
Meeks making it 1.5 million with ace 2 suited. Thiago Creamer getting rid of ace 10 suited. So round to the button, the blinds. Dankol in the small.
I guess you'd expect Meeks to be opening a little bit stronger than this. I can see why ace 10 would fold.
Hard fill. Hard fill is Harry Lodge's driver. Well, looks like we have hit the first break of the day with a lot of eliminations, more than 60 of them in fact. 37 players remain from the 98 who started the day. Of course, from the 9,590 total entries we saw in this week's Sunday Million. And as we go into the first break, it is Iljukovic from Belarus who leads right now, 37.5 million. Kontad from the UK sits second on the leaderboard with 35.7 million. And we'll be back to the tables inside of 5 minutes. Joe, you did mention earlier on that in the most recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast, we did talk about some of the hands you played at a recent poker tournament in San Diego. Maria, I know you provided analysis on those hands and had a financial interest in the outcome of those hands, or at least Joe's result in the tournament. There was one hand in particular, Joe, that really concerned me, and it was what you described as the accidental angle shoot. And yes, I think in the moment I kind of didn't really take on board how egregious this was, and it was only when I listened back to the podcast that I was just outraged by how the end result of this, by the ruling. And I know the end result is that Karma bit you on the arse and the guy got all the chips, but go on, carry on.
Yeah. Well, I do want to say that I kind of misspoke in telling you the hand the first time, and I want to make sure that I, at the very least, want to say that even though I did put out the wrong colored chips, when the player asked to clarify how much is it and asked 800, I said yes. I don't remember exactly whether the dealer said yes or just sort of nodded or went to spread the chips. I think it makes a big difference whether or not the dealer, I don't know about rules-wise, but like karmically,
I don't think it does.
You don't think so? Okay.
I don't think it does. And just so you know, because this is what we'll do for this week's podcast, this morning I telephoned Toby Stone, who people may know is the tournament director on the EPT, and I gave him the scenario, and the version I gave Toby, Joe, is the second version that you gave on the podcast, where the dealer doesn't say anything, but you verbally confirmed an incorrect bet. By the way, if you haven't heard the hand history, listen to the most recent podcast. Toby is going to put it in the chat group with all of the other senior floor staff who work on the EPT and other TDs who work on live events across Europe, and we're going to get a consensus. But obviously, he made a very quick judgment on this, and I don't think it's any shock to you that we are both of the opinion that the other player got very hard done by here. But we will discuss what other TDs say about this ruling on this week's podcast, in addition to reviewing the movie Poker Face, and we will take a break from going over some of your hands. I think in summary, Maria, what we took away from that is that Joe is trying out some new moves, and while they may not have worked out particularly successfully on this occasion, you can't fault the guy for trying something new, and I don't think we can fault the intent of some of those moves.
No, and I feel like talking to Joe a little bit, he realizes that maybe he's not experimenting enough, and I think once he needs that positive reinforcement. So once something works, or once he sees that if he does it a couple times and that some good results come from that, he, I think, will be happy to stick to the new game plan. So we shall see.
Yeah, and it was also just born from, not making a ton of hands, and I realized that maybe I'm making a little bit less hands than other people are, but when I watch really great poker players, they're inventing chips. They're collecting chips in spots where they don't always have hands, and I obviously can't just sit around and wait to make every single straight or flush.
Yeah, that's fair. By the way, now that we've made your window bigger, Maria, everyone spotted the voodoo doll, and hashtag Maria doll is going to be trending very, very soon. Just keep it away from sharp objects, and as I said, what I don't want is for the doll to fall off the shelf and you to kind of convulse in your seat in reaction to an injury that's been inflicted on you by virtue of the doll. So just to clarify, guys, most recent podcast, we did go over some of Joe's hands. We also spoke to David Kay, the newest Stars streamer who's based out of Michigan, did a bit of a PokerStars in the USA stock take. On Wednesday, the show we are recording is about the movie Poker Face, the Russell Crowe poker movie, which in the UK, it's on Sky Movies. I think it's available on most on-demand platforms, or at least a on-demand platform wherever you are in the world. Might be some of you have to pay for it, but if you've seen the movie, if you have any thoughts on the movie, please use our Discord. PokerStars has a Discord server. The podcast has dedicated Discord channels. Please let us know your thoughts on the film. We'd like to hear your review. We are also hoping to have a poker player reviewer. John Turner, Pearl Jammer. Joe, is he still on board? I know the time difference isn't great for him.
He hasn't completely backed out yet. He was asking for a slight shift in the scheduling. He says he could probably do it even if we couldn't accommodate him. I think we're going to have him, but I did say can't really move it. If you need to drop out, we'll figure something else out, but he has not officially dropped out yet. I think he's going to come through. I think he just wanted to vent a little bit about how stressed out he is at the moment, and we're going to talk to him about his new business and why he's so stressed out. Also, I will not reveal what John Turner is doing in poker retirement until we talk to him on the podcast.
It's not possible he's already seen the movie and is now trying to step back and say, I'm not really sure that I want to talk about this.
Given how scathing some of his letterbox reviews already are, I don't think he's afraid to put himself out there.
Okay. Because obviously, and we're doing everything in our power to not talk about it this evening, all I will say is it's a movie that is worthy of a conversation. There's stuff to say for sure. So hopefully you will give us your thoughts and take part in the conversation. Failing that, hopefully you'll download the latest episode of the podcast when it drops on Thursday and hear what we have to say about the movie. And then we're almost out of podcasts for this year. I think we've got one episode previewing Prague, and then that'll be it for 2022. That's it from me for at least the next 55 minutes. Joe, Maria, tell us what's happening at the poker tables.
No problemo, James. Hello, my babies. Welcome back to the Sunday Million. Thanksgiving weekend here in America. Just an ordinary weekend in most of the world where this tournament is played. 37 players remain of the 9,590 that started. Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho calling the action. And we have a new feature table containing Iljukovic, Matino, and Vladan, who is in the big blind here with a little character from the Micros. Remember the Micros, Maria?
Yeah, I do. I didn't actually really watch it, but I remember it.
I watched only some of it because I was so jealous of the people who were doing it and really wanted to be a part of like other poker content happening that I kind of like avoided it out of spite. But I've grown to really appreciate the people that were involved with the Micros, who have all gone on to do very impressive things. Pocket sixes versus ace queen. Sixes holding, king high flop.
Yeah, ace queen certainly has some showdown value, but also, of course, you know, the two overcards to the sixes, and one comes in on the turn and makes it a little bit easier now to play.
Yeah, and a little bit more difficult to play those sixes. A bit of an annoying turn card.
Wow, pretty quick call out of those sixes. Kind of surprising, especially considering the bet size was, I think, close to 60% pot there. Was not a small sizing.
And Matty takes down that pot up to 24.5 million. Chip leader has 36 million. Matt's in fifth at the moment. Still not very deep stacked at all. Average stack is 13.3 million, which is just 26 bigs.
For once, you might not even have to crank it.
Don't say that.
It's the highlight of your day.
It's the highlight of my week. Ace 4 defends the under the gun raise from. I see that says bull ratty, but I kind of want to just say butt rat, and so I think I might. 8, 9, 10, jack for butt rat. Ace high technically ahead, but a slight statistical underdog. Folds. Fair enough. Folds to the butt rat. Ace queen under the gun for Marino.
So when are you heading up there for your next big tournament series coming up?
Now, as soon as this is over.
Are you driving?
I've got a flight. No, I've got a flight scheduled at 5:30 out of Burbank. Only takes me about a half hour to get there. Vladan, nearly with the Vlajam. Gonna have to call off the rest. Domination situation. Ace King holding. And it does in fact hold. Full house for Vladan. Doubles through Matinho. And Matinho with ace-queen again. Ilukovic, ace-9 on the button. Butt rat, jack-10 suited.
Yeah, definitely going to at least find a call, but jams.
Wow.
I mean, I feel like ace-queen in the big blind just has to go for it, especially with the bounty in play. When you look at the ranges, you're facing a button open from the biggest stack at the table. Certainly, you've got to be loving this spot with the ace-queen.
And despite having live cards pre-flop, that ace-high flop is going to be the nail in the coffin. Butt rat gone. 33 million now for Matinho. Butt rat takes home. Oh, how much for their efforts? $626, but $1,700 in bounties, so that's pretty good. Yeah, there's a bounty tournament tonight that I'm going to try to late reg for. I didn't include that as any sort of part of our arrangement because I think it's a little ridiculous to be a celebrity bounty. It's kind of tough to win, although somehow Boston Rob pulled it off in Iowa or wherever.
Nice.
And then tomorrow the real poker starts. Are you free at all? You want to come up and play the main event, 2,500? That's almost big enough for you.
I mean, I actually really like Thunder Valley. I think it's a nice property, but I will not be available. But I want to make it to one of the Run Good events. I haven't been before.
I'm sure they would be very, very, very happy to have you. And I'll get double beds.
Only if you promise to walk me down and ride with me to the airport at 5 in the morning.
You know what? I would do it. I would do it. You've earned it at this point. you've
Well,
done
is it
enough
that I've earned
favors for
it,
me.
or is it that I've earned it, or that when you ask the general public on their opinion, the majority of people said that it wasn't that crazy of an ask?
No. I still think it's ridiculous, a ridiculous thing to ask. However, you do lots of nice things for me, so I will do a nice thing for you. But no, I don't think it's like a standard friend move to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and ride to the airport with you and ride back. It's above and beyond friend move, but you're doing above and beyond friend moves for me on the regular, so that I could see. By the way, when is that happening again? Are we going back to that this year? Am I out? What's happening? Is that approaching?
I mean, it's coming. It's every February, so it is pretty much coming up. I mean, I can't even believe that we're going to be in 2023 very soon, but yes.
Very soon, yeah. Things have slowed down ever so slightly here. We've only lost 2 people in the last 5 minutes. Pocket eights. Oh, look, I get to press a button.
Nom 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 nom.
King Nine
And
suited,
just
a
the
nice combo to come along.
Yeah, and out flops the pocket eights. Eights do pick up some outs. Still gut shot now.
Yeah, it does feel like it's time to go for a little protection after the flop gets checked. But Lydian, of course, not going to go anywhere with that gut shot straight draw. Are we going to be able to find some thin value on the river? That is the question. 6 million in the pot. Do you want to maybe go for a quarter size pot bet?
I actually wonder, could you be saying that about either hand? Like if it gets checked to pocket eight, should they go for thin value?
No, I like it better coming from the 9. I think the 8s should just be checking back there. But definitely with the betting lead here and second pair with the board pairing the deuce that you're not really afraid of. You know, you don't expect the button to be opening with too many deuces.
So you think a call's reasonable here with eights?
Yeah, I mean, look, you an obvious type of hand that would be bluffing here is queen jack, right? Those type of hands would probably call from the small blind and have a straight draw on the flop and miss. So there are some natural bluffs coming out of the small blind in that spot. So eights isn't a terrible bluff catching hand, especially when you block 8-7.
Now it's ace-7 for Ilukovic. And a ace-3 in the big blind from guess who's back, guess who's dominated. Gonna need to hit the river. Well, hits enough to make a tie. And you know what they call a tie, Maria? It's a chop. And you know what they say about chop pots? Everyone loves a chop pot. I got a not quite there. I set it up poorly. I'll take the hit on that one. It's fine. It was a terrible setup. It was disjointed. It was out of whack. I wasn't expecting it. I couldn't even figure out how it was a chop. I was still thinking about that.
Okay, Tom says, yeah, Tom says you were a tad late, so I think you got to come in earlier.
I was late. I will admit to all of that. You know, the problem is I'm still thinking about White Lotus from last night.
Well, look alive, Stapes. I think whether it's you or James, I always take my cue when you finish the sentence or when James finishes the sentence.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the sentence was off. The wording was off. The timing was off. It was all my fault. All of it. Pocket threes for Medino under the gun.
Bottom set against middle pair. It's going to be at least a bet and a call on the flop.
Oh, wow, yeah. Sets. I love sets. Ilukovic drawing officially dead on the 10 of hearts turn.
Yeah, probably expect to see a little bit of a bigger sizing now coming from bottom set. Backdoor flush draw comes in, backdoor straight draw. You know, there's also a straight draw possible from the flop, so you do want to be charging a lot of these hands. You know, the 9Xs are going to come along. Wow, this is a lot bigger, I think, than I anticipated. I definitely thought 80% pot was well within the realm of possibility, but that was closer to 1.3x pot.
Pocket threes folding after the under the gun raise from King 10, and that's going to be put all in. King 10 versus the Snowmen's. King eye flop. Snowmen's melted. Double up for guess who's back. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back is back. Oh my God, Rachel on YouTube. Shut up. Shut up. You're being so annoying. No one else is commenting on every single hand. Shut it. Just be quiet.
I'm just surprised at the level of tolerance that you haven't even brought out the banhammer, but you've just been enduring this while reading it.
It's because banning people on YouTube isn't as fun. Dan, ace 8. There's so many weird know-it-alls in the chat today on YouTube. Scott, Rachel, Ace Hearts, all of them. 10-9 shoves from the button. Gets it through. $7-10 suited for Alukovic. Average stack currently 14 million, still quite shallow.
Dana's comment is hilarious. Do your best dad voice and say that.
I will pull this car over right now. I don't want to hear another word about how a hand's being played. Not till we hit the Oklahoma border. Rachel's reply, okay, let me break this down in real time. No, you will not break it down in real time. There we go. Thank you, Ed K. Your chat is now broken down in real time. 300 seconds of real time. Matinho, King Trey, offsuit. Queen Jack for
really
guess who's back.
Yeah, I'd really like to see a shove from the Queen Jack suited. They decide to just open, and that's going to be interesting when it gets to Vladan, who I assume is just going to go all in, and maybe guess who's back is going to be okay with raise folding this particular type of hand. But again, that's just a hand that I would have shoved to begin with instead of open off of that stack size. And you know, it might look good that they are able to perhaps escape being dominated, but I think that the correct play is still just to shove in that spot.
I mean, I guess what would be the worst of all is if they raise, call it off, dominated. At least they raise folded.
The thing is two big blinds out of a 10 or 11 big blind stack is so much, right? And that's kind of the harm in having to find raise folds off of that stack size.
I prefer to think of it as just two big blinds without how relative it is to the stack. It's just two big blinds. It's better.
Oh,
sounds better that way.
Because relativity matters zilch.
Correct. Wow. Matinho raise folds Queen 10 to the shove from Jacks. Small bounty, I think, is part of the problem. Has Joe just one shirt? It looks the same for the last 3 weeks. Incorrect. You banned. Thank you for your comment. I mean, God damn, people are annoying. And the annoying guy was complaining that stars is the worst because they don't balance the tables. There you go. We're down on the final 4 tables of 8. What are current payouts at? $879. We just laddered. The way it works is when they balance the tables, boom. As soon as we lose one more player, pay jump. Balance the tables, one more player, pay jump.
I mean, you explained that so well. Now I want you to explain why first and second are basically the same in prize money.
It's a glitch. It's a glitch in the software. They don't know how to fix it. Sorry, everyone. Ace deuce for Robot. All in. Oh, all in for less than a big blind. Come on, fingers crossed. Let's go. Get your fingers crossed for Robot. Come on.
Yeah, we're certainly going to be seeing some ISOs coming their way with that bounty.
Come on, Robot.
Protection.
Ace high flop. One spade. Drawing dead on the turn. Robot doubles up. More than doubles up, I should say. Survives and, like, quadruples up. Quintuples up, almost. Medino jamming 35 million. Pocket fives. We think guess who's back is a little on the tight side. Yeah. Folds the pair for fewer than 10, just over 10 big blinds. Jacks now. I mean, look, every time they make a tight fold, they get jacks the next hand.
Yeah, I mean, if you know jacks are going to come, you know you're going to be able to have a better spot. Why not fold the five?
Exactly. Must be nice.
Easy game.
Ace-8 suited for Vladan. This feels like a lot to call off half your stack when it goes raise, jam. That's
yeah,
right,
not
jacks
that
get
attractive of a. Yeah, not that attractive of a bounty. They're just $123.
Yeah. I actually had that going for me in the last Celebrity Bounty I played in. Now, Maria, it was the only event I didn't offer you any action in, and I did cash. I profited $62.
Of course you did. How convenient.
I profited $62, but what I did have going for me is that so many of the other bounties went broke before me. They knew that there was just a gift certificate left in mine. 7-5 calls it off, and that's going to be another more than double up for Robot. By the way, if I had gone really deep in that one, I was just going to give you a piece anyway.
Aw,
You
don't have to do that.
I was going to free roll you, but then I thought for $62 there wasn't much of a point. Top pair for Anba. Nines are cracked by trips by the end of that hand. Vladan down to $4.5 million. Oh, Rachel said sorry. Okay, cool. Welcome back, Rachel.
So, a little bit of scolding does work sometimes.
Yeah, I actually felt bad about that for a second. Queen 3 dominated by King 3. Small versus big. This stack size, King 3 folds. Josiah says that was about. Okay, Josiah, thanks a lot. Also, see you in 10 minutes. Thank you for your comment.
Today is not the day, and Joe is not the one.
You'd think I'd be in a better mood. I had a really nice weekend, but I'm not.
How was your Friendsgiving?
It was fantastic. We had a really nice. It was a long. We had people staying at the house from Monday.
Oh, wow.
Pocket threes all in. What do you do with 10-8 suited here in like 4 big blinds? Call it off? Yeah, they did. They're flipping. Oh, man, it's a set versus a flush draw. The pair of eights on the end, no good. There goes young Deo. And Iljukovic up to 38 million now. That's good for first on the leaderboard. How was your weekend?
It was good.
Did
Just,
you eat that
with
baby?
Family.
I know you were spending time with the baby. Did that baby's foot end up in your mouth?
I'm smelling the baby a lot. That's for sure.
Okay. Close enough.
Yeah. Yeah, it was nice. We had our little small family get together for Thanksgiving. I love Thanksgiving food. I mean, I don't know if you know that, but I feel like I talk about it a lot. How much I love Thanksgiving food.
I'm a big fan of Thanksgiving food. Unfortunately, our party went so late that most of the food just sat out like all night. And so we didn't get to have as many leftovers as I would have liked.
Oh, no. That's the best part.
I know.
Ever since I watched that Friends episode where Ross makes that leftover Thanksgiving sandwich called the Moist Maker, I always just think about how turkey sandwiches are the best thing to do with your leftovers.
Well, if you're in Las Vegas, you can get the Bobby from Capriotti's, which is made up of Thanksgiving food all year round.
Oh, yeah.
Turkey,
I know, but you know what?
Stuffing, cranberry.
Is this going to be controversial if I say I don't like cranberry sauce?
No, I think it's not for everyone. Wow, we don't
Yeah.
end up with a flip there. Lukovic up to 43.5 million now. No, I think it's all right to not like cranberry sauce. I do like cranberry sauce. Some people just don't like savory and sweet together. I do. But a lot of people don't.
I don't.
The Lukovic is going to call on the button. Are we going to see a hand play through the streets? We are. 3 clubs on the flop. Queen 6-4. Only 1 club out there, and that's for Sampy. Also, because I hosted Thanksgiving, like on the day, I was so sort of juggling so many plates and so, I wouldn't say stressed out, but just like busy that when it came time to eat, I barely ate anything.
I know. That's the thing is, like, I love the idea of hosting, but when you are the host, you don't really get to enjoy it as much.
Yeah, it wasn't. I love hosting enough that it overcompensates for the other enjoyment I don't get to have, but I did. Wow, look at that. King Jack muscles another one. Lukovic really just steamrolling their opponents right now. Yeah, I didn't get the same amount of enjoyment. Like when it came pie time, I was like not hungry for pie. And then about 3 o'clock in the morning, I had to throw a bunch of people out. I had to be like, that's it. Get out of here. Go.
Maybe because you're just so good at hosting, nobody ever wants to leave.
Yeah, no, that's part of it. And people end up feeling very comfortable at my house, and they do weird things here because I seem really cool, and I have to be like, what is wrong with you? Why are you doing this? Yeah. And then I had to manage. So usually there's like enough people that want to play games. Root is saying here the trick is, have a board game or whatever. There were like 2 people that were dead set against games.
What? No, they cannot be
so we had to
invited
wait
to your
for them.
house anymore.
What's that?
No, I don't invite people that don't like to play games. That can't even really be a thing.
Top pair for Anba. Second pair for Vladan, who calls all in, is going to need some help. No help on the turn, no help on the river. There goes Vladan out in 26th. And we're approaching the final 3 tables. 1 player to go. Oh, I guess it was a real-life band hammer, Mad Dog Matt, at about 3 o'clock in the morning. I was like, you banned. And we know that when we get to the final 3 tables, then we lose 1 more. What happens, chat? I just explained to you what happens when we balance and lose 1 more. What happens? What happens? We balance, we lose one more. What happens? Does anyone know what happens?
Teacher?
Yes, Maria, go ahead.
I believe that's when a pay jump occurs.
That's correct. That is correct. No surprise, Maria was the one paying attention. Fives
And I
versus
love being
ace
teacher
seven. Lukovic busts another player up to 58.5 million now, 20 million more than the player in second place, which means we're at the final three tables. Switching. Robot's still alive. And we are continuing to follow Lukovic, who is the #1 bounty at this point. Finner 36 says Maria is so fine. I think Maria's great. I wouldn't say she's fine. At least good. Queen 9 makes it straight on the turn. Pocket 3 is in big, big trouble. Still win with a flush, though.
Exactly. With that flush possible, may not see a raise out of the straight. Certainly going to continue. Wow, does just raise, though. I mean, a lot of the times, you know, some players might be afraid to raise because if they get called or if someone, you know, proceeds, then you get a little bit scared that they might have the flush. But I think Sema, with the 10 million back, it just felt like want to deny any other flush draws equity there.
Pocket 9s for Leon. Elmar asks, how many people got to day 2? 98. We started with 98 today. Portalupi with all those chips should at least be defending. Maybe you don't want to get it in against the under the gun raise, and does defend. And is going to need to spike an ace on the river to crack these 9s. And is not going to get to the river. Leon's going to pick up a crucial pot there. Robot under the gun, Queen 9. What is that? 3 big blinds? 3 and a bit big blinds? For 3 and a bit big blinds, man, Queen 9, I guess it's just like under the gun, Queen 9's never going to be the best hand. You have no fold equity. I understand. But you're probably not going to get much better than that either, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we don't see a pay. Well, we just balanced, right? So we have to lose one more player. So maybe because of the pay jump, that's a better reason to hold off, see if you can get a better hand in the next few.
And Luis Star maybe tanking for that reason. Takes a little extra time before jamming the ace-queen. Probably going to get through. $9-7 now for Robot. Still 24 players. Trying to keep an eye on that ticker up there to see when the pay jump happens. Ace-4 offsuit under the gun. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, getting abused for that light open from the chip leader who's sitting to their direct left. And, you know, if you start sensing that the chip leader is going to be taking these spots a lot, then you have to start tightening up your opening range for sure.
Ooh, and King Jack folds for not that much more, for only 10 million more, trying to protect that chip lead, I guess. Ace-8 for Robot. Pocket 10s for Luis Star. And we did lose a player in 24th place. K Cremate. Tiago Crema out in 24th. 1350 in bounties. So everyone ladders now. Everyone guaranteed 4 figures. 1,233. So Robot can get it in a little bit easier here. Although way behind. 2 spades on the flop.
Oh.
Nut flush on the turn. And another survive from Robot.
Yeah, worked out rather nicely with the pay jump and doubling.
Portalupi, ace-8 off. Luis with king-jack in the small. King-jack misses. Ace-8 with plenty of reason to bet, including the ace of diamonds. And does bet pretty small, 1.2 million. King of diamonds does not stick around. Ace-6 for Luis Star under the gun, fewer than 10 bigs. Wants to try to get through those blinds first. Down to 22 meanwhile. The pay jumps come a little bit more quickly now. Five deuce in the small for Ilya. Ooh, it's making it pretty big here.
Yeah, just hoping that their opponent doesn't have a good enough hand there to call such a big raise size with, but ace-8 blind versus blind certainly feels like a continue.
Five
so
deuce
hard.
Is yeah.
Yeah, tough when you are up against that much pressure and you don't connect with the flop.
Ace-king for Leon, ace-king for Luis. Back over to Leon, who's all in. Luis also all in. One diamond on the flop, all rainbow from there. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop putt. Maria, you nailed it. You nailed it. Maria? Was she there? It felt like we got a 10 out of 10 there. It was so in sync that I couldn't hear Maria at all. Like, that's how lined up we were. How in sync. It was like the two of us. Yeah, exactly. Top pair for Portalupi. You know, if you do a spoonerism with Portalupi, it's Lord at Poopy. That's right, Tom. It was like we were one voice. That is a spade on the turn. Which, spoiler alert, big spade draw. No, I couldn't even get the words out. The spade didn't come. Ugh, who cares? Two big stacks, too, here at this table, huh? Portalupi in second, Ilukovic in first. Should have cranked it. Should have cranked it. Pair of nines, maybe? Ooh, yeah, we do see a slight hero call there with the pair of nines. Portalupi's going to take the chip lead with that river value bet. Action folds around to Luis Star, ace-7 off. And it's just jamming the 5.2 million into Lord of Poopy and Leon. Considering the 1,190 bounty, it's a quarter of Leon's stack. Probably going to be behind. Oh, who knows? I mean, for that many chips, I think you're supposed to shove almost anything when it's folded to you. Jack 5 does let it go. Blinds are up, 400,000, 800,000 now. Maria, I just want to say it was a great job on that chop pot. We were so in sync that I couldn't even hear you. Like, it just completely, the sound waves just met up perfectly.
No, it's just one of those, like, I opted out because I'm tired of the criticism.
Portalupi raising, getting shoved down by Leon, and lets it go. 21 players remain. King 9 suited for Portalupi. Leon again with a shovable hand, but maybe won't this time because it's aces. Maybe we'll just see a little bit of creativity here.
Yeah, especially
Sure,
off
there
of
we go.
30 big blinds. You definitely don't want to just 3-bet shove all in that deep.
And still does not get action from Portalupi. Lukovic once again in the chip lead by a narrow margin.
Nom 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 nom.
Pocket eights for Leon. Ace 5 for Lukovic. Three bets. Leon just ditches the eights.
Wow. Let's wake up and see the abuse that Lukovic is putting on everybody with that big stack. Like to see some people fight back, especially with a hand like eights when they're opening from a late position.
This hand could get pretty weird. Luis, number 1. Luis star. All in with 10s. Easy call, king, queen suited. Now it's Luis nerd with pocket aces.
Yeah, what a dream spot to find aces. Does opt to just shove, hoping that Portalupi will see these 2 bounties as very attractive spot. Doesn't get the call from Portalupi, though.
And Luis star's 10s do not suck out on the pocket aces of Luis Nerd. The battle of the Luises goes to Luis Nerd. And we're down to 19. Luis Nerd up to 40 million now.
Okay, this could get a little messy. Ah, okay.
Is that a soccer
Portalupi,
joke?
Not. I am rooting for Argentina, so perhaps.
Ace Queen
Yeah, some
continuing.
players would elect to be 3-betting the 9s out of the big blind, but just wanting to proceed with caution against a very aggressive chip leader.
Yep, proceeding with caution continues. Club on the turn. Lukovic still with no pair, no draw. Set of 9s on the river. This would be a bad time for Iljukovic to bluff, but I don't know that they'll get the chance. Man, when it goes check twice, can you actually check the 9s here and try to get your opponent to bluff?
No, I think especially with, the flush coming on the turn as well, you just expect that your opponent has more of a bluff catching hand than a hand that they're going to bet for value themselves. But either way, it doesn't get paid off despite leading the river.
Lukovic opening 4-6 suited. King Jack suited makes the call. Leon with ace 4 off in the big. Folds the pre-flop best hand. Would have been out-flopped by King Jack. 2 diamonds, though, too. This pot's going to get bigger. 2 pair now for Portalupi. Oh, why does it happen like this?
Yeah, especially once you've seen that your opponent is so aggressive, you see them going for
bet.
almost a pot-sized bet here. You would just think, with the flush draws possible, with the straight draws possible. Oh, you let them. Oh, wow. I was going to say you let them get there, but wait, you made a full house. Yikes.
Goodness. I think Hardigan maybe has been cranking it. Because this is a cranker if I've ever seen one. The fill up flush.
Wow, check back.
It's what check. It's what check.
Yes. Oh
my goodness. Where's the money? What'd you do with the money, Karen?
Amazing check back there by the river flush. But I get it though. You know, that big bet size getting called on the turn. If you put your opponents on a lot of two-pair type hands with the river pairing the board, plus some potential, you know, nut flush draws and other better flush draws, straight draw, flush draw type combos like the Queen 10 with the Queen 10 of diamonds would easily call that big bet on the turn with that much equity. So really impressive check back nonetheless, but certainly, you know, once you size up that much on the turn, you are really able to narrow down your opponent's calling range there, and they've got to be pretty strong to continue. Just well thought out play.
We need a hero check back button. Doesn't come up.
What would that
often.
look like? What would the animation look like?
I guess it would be like the hero just like sitting there like polishing their nails while someone else stops a bank robbery. I don't know. Four, five, six, seven, nine. Nope. Ace high, I guess. And 9-7's going to bluff and get it done. Robot, by the way, down to less than a big blind. There is another page up if they can make it to 17th. And they're going to have King 10 on the button here. This is going to be a call off. I said this is going to be, there we go. A6 for Luis. Robot's bounty now at 500, better than the 123 we saw not too long ago. Luis trying to isolate that bounty. Con Todd kind of handcuffed, yep. Robot flops top pair. And that top pair holds. And Robot, what is that? Quadruples up. Staying alive. And Luis, ooh, had the best hand, but wasn't likely to know it. Jacks for Con in the big blind, excuse me, small blind. King Jack for Ilukovic, who's dropped down into 4th place. Top spot belongs to Portalupi.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to be in 4th place after that cooler and not putting any more chips in on the river.
Yeah, right?
Perhaps thinking if they want to perhaps get involved in this spot, they do call the 3-bet.
12.2 million in the middle. Contad, one overcard, just over a pot size bet left behind. Ah, I hate these spots. What are you supposed to do? If they have a queen, you're dead.
Yeah, well, you know, if you just shove the flop, then you can't really you can't really do anything about what happens after that. But if you bet and you get raised, you almost feel worse than if you just shove
Right.
and get snapped off with a queen there.
You don't get value if they don't have a queen, and if they do, you're out. What is the play there? Is that the play?
No, I like a small c bet there, like a very small.
A small c bet, okay.
Quarter.
And then if
pot.
they shove on you, you just call it off?
I don't know. I think that becomes really player dependent. But on that board texture, no. I mean, that board texture was super dry. But on some other ones, I would definitely call it off with jacks.
Okay. So against like just your standard opponent, you're going to get raised mostly by a queen and not by a lot of draws. So you're just going to small c-bet and fold your jacks.
Yeah, and of course, you know, if we get further into, you know, playing against tougher fields, then sure, will they perhaps realize that and exploit that? Yes, but I don't think that spot will come up very often. So you don't really have to worry about it.
Robots passed through the blinds again. Still at 19 players.
Yeah, not able to really get any momentum after, you know, they quadruple, quintuple up, not getting any hands to go with here, you know, under, what, 3 big blinds there, really, and just can't find a hand they can go with. Tough.
I understand not shoving for tray there, but I was hoping for it since we saw Luis had 7 deuce.
Nom 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 nom.
Numb to the numb. Pair of 6s for Ilukovic. Dangerous against the pocket 8s for Contad. Contad continues. 6-4 does make the call. It's a spade on the turn. Too late for spades. Contad bets again. Man, that takes some chutzpah to not give a free card here.
Yeah, it's not a line that I think a lot of players would take, is to bet that hand with that board on the turn, but still manages to get a call from worse. So looks like a genius, a little bit of extra value for the 8s, gets to show it down on the end.
Contad 5th in chips overall after that hand. Ace-king for Leon. Ooh, limpy with the ace-king. Pocket trays for Robot.
Yeah, and this could bring about, wow, pocket trays just folded. I was going to say it would have been a really interesting dynamic for obviously the really short stack with the trays to go all in, because then you have people who will want to ISO behind them, and then the ace-king gets the back shove, and Robot just totally messes with my with the plan there.
Leon's plan working out just well. Underplays ace-king, flops top pair. And everyone else has just about no equity. Just what you wanted from ace-king. Leon, don't give up on the plan now. There goes the plan.
Yeah, if you're just going to check raise this flop, you're just really hoping your opponent has a hand that they're going to want to go with, you know, perhaps a worse king, some flush draws, but against the majority of a c-betting range, you're just not going to get any action.
Leon is at it again, this time limping under the gun with ace-king suited. And is once again going to get obliged by 10-9 suited from Luis Nerd. Feels like there's enough in there now. You can just put the rest in, right? Yeah. And ace-4 this time. Robot with pocket 10s. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go, Robot.
Finally found a hand you want to go with 2 bigs. Let's get it.
Here comes the ISO from Ilukovic. Only one overcard. And flops a rowboat. Rowboat does. Two boats. And rowboat survives and more than doubles up for, I don't know, 4th time, 5th time, 6th time. And we did lose a player at 19th place. Spas Halber out in 19th, and action still, well, was still going. We are on a break now. 18 players remain. One more player before another pay jump, a $500 pay jump. All rooting for Robot to make it one more spot at least. Robot is the bottom stack. Sampion, guess who's back? Slightly more than that. Top three are 3x3. Heisenberg, Portalupi, James Hardigan. What say you?
Portalupi nuts are we, him and them and them and me. We are back to the action inside of 5 minutes. Someone brought up the World Cup in chat during the last few minutes. And first of all, let's just put all the politics and nonsense to one side and not get into the whole should the World Cup be in Qatar at this time of year. Spoiler alert, the obvious answer is no. But let's talk about the actual tournament itself. I am not the world's biggest soccer fan, but for a major competition like this, I will watch. Unfortunately, I made the mistake. The very first World Cup game I was able to see was England versus the USA, which might be the most boring 90 minutes of sport I've ever watched. Even by soccer standards, Joe, this game was excruciatingly painfully dull.
It was the end result was infinity versus infinity, right?
It was a 0 versus a 0, correct. There were no goals scored in this entire match. But the one thought I had while watching this game when not a lot happened was, what if other sports, what if football embraced what we do and tried to punctuate some of the less interesting moments with random comments from the people watching at home? What if live chat became a thing during other sports and sports commentators were forced to read the armchair analysis of the people watching? Because you go on social media, by the way, during a World Cup match, it is brutal. You think people are bad when it comes to poker hands and calling out where they think mistakes are made. Everyone thinks they can do a better job than the coach and probably 90% of the players on the field. It would make for incredible content. Maria, can we make this happen? If not in soccer, then other sports. I want to hear Joe Buck and Troy Aikman read what Twitch has to think about that running play on the 1 yard line.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I feel like if we have to endure it, then all the other televised sporting events should too. Let's go.
So you have actually been following the World Cup, right? You've watched some of the matches yourself?
Yes, actually, I've been spending a lot of time with my sister, and her husband is from Argentina. So I've kind of adopted Argentina. Outside of the U.S., I'm obviously rooting for the U.S., but Argentina, which was a favorite coming into this year's World Cup, I have now found a rooting interest. They're not playing that well, but I do have to go back to that USA-England game where I heard that the fans in the stands were chanting, "It's called soccer." How does everybody feel about that from the USA supporting people out there?
If there's one thing I know from this stream is that it winds people up in a way that I honestly don't quite understand. But Bants is very much part of the football culture. Go on, Joe.
I mean, is there anything more American than to score 0 and claim yourself the winner and try to change the entire name of the game and the way it is played and to declare yourself the champion? I can't think of anything more American than that.
That's funny.
I take it you have not been following any of the games. I take it you're kind of like peace out as far as this competition's concerned.
I have watched 0.0 seconds of this. Now, I always say this. Am I not watching for political reasons? Yes. But it is much easier to boycott something for political reasons that you were never interested in the first place.
Yeah.
If they were like, oh, hey, we're going to make a Marvel Wolverine mashup movie and it's going to take place in Qatar, it'd be a lot harder for me. I'd be like,
Oh, absolutely. It's the perfect opportunity for some virtue signaling on your part.
Correct.
I would say that you're not going to be able to escape it once we get to Prague. I'm sure you're aware there is going to be the football fan zone at the Hilton, and obviously we are having to work the EPT main event around the World Cup, particularly the final on the 18th. So I think at some point you are going to have to embrace reality.
Look, this may backfire on me, but I'm thinking there probably won't be very long lines for turduckens and mulled wine at that point, and I'm just going to dip outside and have a quick hot drink.
Free food and drink at the football zone during matches, Joe. Yeah. You just dwell on that while you get yourself a hot dog. Time for Joe to take a break while Maria and I continue to follow the action from this week's Sunday Million as they play down not just to the final table, but down to a winner tonight. It continues to play quite shallow, Maria. 500,000 and a million blinds, 26 big blind average. You don't need the big blinds calculator to tell you that it's a 26 BB average, which is not very many chips at all.
Yeah, and it does feel like we've seen our fair share of bad beats so far. You know, a lot of bust outs because of that as well. And then, you know, a big disparity between the players that have some chips and the ones that don't.
Well, we've seen Con Todd, a former chip leader, open here with King Queen. 10-7 suited for Luis Nerd, who defends and flops a gut shot.
Yeah, both players with a gut shot, actually. It would be interesting to see if Luis wants to perhaps get a little spicy with this hand, and they do. Just feeling like if they're able to get their opponent to fold a lot of the ace highs, that will see bet this type of texture, and, you know, the king highs as well. It's a great pickup there.
Relentless is Luis, who now has the snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
I love the fact that Joe's immediate thoughts on getting to Prague were mulled wine and food. But I have to say, I'm on board with that. I'm on board with that.
Right.
I mean, I believe that, you know, eating well on location is part of the appeal of travel, right?
Yeah, no, that's not too far off from my thoughts anytime I go to a new place or somewhere out of the country. Oh, uh-oh. What will the ace-queen do now? Ooh, feels like their hand is usually going to be best here. We could see that they're flipping against the eights, but 25 big blinds effective, and you have the potential to win that bounty from Robot.
Calls, three-way all in. Ace-high diamond draw does not get there. Eighth hole, huge hole for Luis. And a double KO as Luis NRD takes the chip lead. That table breaks. We are down to 2 tables, Maria. 16 players remaining. And just to clarify, Luis, who's here now, has got the chip lead with 74 million. What a huge hand for the Brazilian.
Yeah, and for Vukovic, really tough having the chip lead not too long ago to being out now.
And that was a huge bounty that Luis has just claimed. So 7 more players to lose before we're down to the final table. That FT playing 9-handed. I know, Maria, that you can't join us in Prague on this particular occasion. I'm sure I've asked this question before, so apologies for asking again. Have you been to Prague before, either for the EPT or for any other reason?
I've been to Prague for the EPT, and I love Prague. I think it's such a great city. And I'm kind of, it's always hard to make a trip overseas around the holidays. You know, it just feels like there's not enough time.
Yeah, no, I understand.
To,
I understand.
but I love it there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we were there in March. It was the event that was delayed from last December. And whilst it was great, and I think the novelty of being able to have a big EPT again made it, you know, more than fine, but it was weird to be there in the spring. I very much associate EPT Prague with Christmas time, and it is definitely the best time of year to have the event.
Yeah, and you know what's really fun about EPT Prague is that usually that's when the Player of the Year race is getting decided. And I remember one year David Peters flew all the way to Prague after just being here playing something, and he ended up winning out there, and he took over the #1 spot. And it's always just so fun, and it's that last event of the year that people can really get enough points to overtake somebody.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, a reminder, everyone, that we'll be streaming the event from the 14th to the 18th of December on Twitch and YouTube. 5 consecutive days of cards up coverage of the EPT Prague main event. And that will be our final live stream of 2022. It takes us pretty much all the way up to Christmas. And then it's full steam ahead with last-minute prep and all of our plans for our first stream of 2023, which is going to be a big one because the PCA is back after 4 years. The second ever PSPC is finally taking place, much delayed, relocated, but it's all kicking off in mid-January in the Bahamas, and we'll be there for 10 days of streaming.
Yeah, the anticipation for that event has really been building up over the years. Like, I was all ready after the first one to go to Barcelona for the second one, and then everybody knows what happened, and now we are officially going to be back.
So Matinho folding the 8-7 under the gun. So Luis has about a 20 million chip lead at the moment. It is Portalupi, the other Brazilian, who's second in chips with 53 mil. Sampi 723, the shortest stack right now. And Dexter raising the button with ace-5 offsuit. Guess who's back? Back again. Folds. Mark has a question on YouTube. James, could you please remind me, what is the fictional source of the Harry Lodge comments? You brought it up with Hard Fred as his driver earlier, and I can't remember the source. Thanks. No source per se. It's not a reference to any movie or TV show. It's just, to me, the name Harry Lodge sounds like the kind of name that someone who was part of Harold Shan's crew in the Long Good Friday would have, or someone who went up north to sort out Jack Carter and Get Carter. Just has that kind of British gangster movie type name, Harry Lodge. And of course, the real Harry Lodge couldn't be further from that, but I hope he takes it in the spirit in which it's intended. I need answers. Send for a blowtorch and Harry Lodge.
Top to betting the ace high here, but yeah, gonna get check raised by the flush draw. And it's easier to check raise in these spots where you feel like you have a big stack. You can definitely afford to check raise and hopefully get folds, but doesn't. And it gets a call instead, but happy to just put the rest in here. Really tough for Top Twix to just call it off in this spot for their tournament life with just ace high.
Yeah, you don't know that you're a 75% favorite.
Yeah, and obviously there's also a straight draw possible from the flop, but with the ace of diamonds in your hand, it's a little less likely that your opponent has some of those nut flush draw combinations. So does elect to go with the fold. Can't find enough bluffs.
So I don't dislike the name Top Twix, and I am a fan of the chocolate bar Twix, which I believe is known as Raider in some European markets. I do not care for that avatar. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it.
It looks like a wrinkly face of an ape or some type of...
It looks like someone has crossed a human face with a monkey face, and I don't like it. As Joe would say, that one would be blocked. Well, chip leader's going to chip lead. Luis aggressively raises the button with 5-3 of spades, but Martino's got ace-queen in the big. Have some of that.
Yeah, and the problem is even when you kind of know that Luis is going to be abusing that big stack, most of these stacks can't really do anything about it. They don't have the type of stack size that can 3-bet and not, waste a whole lot of their chips in case it doesn't work. Martino is one of the few players at this table that can kind of play back against Luis, but everybody else is very handcuffed because of how shallow they are.
Kamisaraki opening on the button with sevens. Martino with queen jack in the small. And on to the next hand. So after that double bust out, which took us down to the final two tables, no eliminations since then. We are still at 16 players. With that double KO, it has taken the average stack up to nearly 30 big blinds, which is kind of where we'd expect it to be. But the blinds go up in 3 minutes' time because we play 15-minute blind levels on the Sunday Million. Wild Joe on Twitch says, I have Stapes as my stars avatar. The amount of poop emojis that get sent is quite funny. I like that, quite funny. Either understatement or the novelty wore off some time ago and now it's just tiresome. Meanwhile, trip aces for Luis. The wheel draw for Top Twix. And does not get there. However, does river a small pair, which is no good against trips. This would be a really bad time to make a hero call. Ace, king, opening. Oh no! Who got hammered? I just saw there's been a ban on YouTube. Oh yeah, that makes sense, Ed. That one makes sense. Yeah, not quite sure what was going on there.
Yeah, it was weird. There was like a bit of an apology tour, and then they started back up, and I think they deserve it.
Okay, so this is a point where I kind of, oh, there we go. Top Twix all in with King 9 on the button. King Queen for Dexter. Threes for Leon.
Well, Leon's not going to have a tough decision now.
And there is a 9 on the flop. Domination, rotation. And that means we have to still look at that avatar. I'm happy for Top Twix, obviously, but I do want to get rid of that creepy monkey thing. I'm hoping that we can utilize the expertise of our audience to tell me who is in Leon 1909's avatar. Unless you know, Maria. I mean, bear in mind that I can see a very, very small picture. It looks like a hybrid of Eugene Kachalov and Greg Raymer, but maybe it's somebody real, maybe it's somebody famous. So if you know who Leon has as their avatar, let us know. Oh, we did lose a player from the other table. Anbar 8-2. Gone. 15.
Kind of surprising to see Dexter fold the ace-5 from the cutoff off of 8.5 big blinds. You still do have a little bit of fold equity, obviously. You know that Luis is in the big blind with the biggest stack, but they're still not going to be willing to make that call with any two.
Quite a few people think that that avatar looks like Greg Raymer without shades. There is something Raymer-esque about that person, but I don't think it is Greg.
Yeah, neither do I.
Top Twix all in with ace-king suited. First time chat alert. Johnny says, that's just a monkey, what's so strange about it? That's not a standard monkey. That is not a normal monkey. That is a really creepy, freaky, very difficult to look at monkey face, and I don't like it.
Yeah, like what kind of monkeys are you looking at if you think that that looks like a regular monkey?
Are we going to be off to the races here? Martino with ace-king. And Top Twix will no doubt take this flip and will need tens to hold to survive. And there's an ace and a king, but diamonds, brick, and Top Twix melts as Martino KOs the player, takes a bounty, and no offense to Top Twix, but I'm happier now. Yes, that's right. I control the software and I can eliminate a player based on their avatar.
Yeah, so everyone be warned. Don't have one of those creepy or weird avatars, or else you're not going to make it very deep in any tournaments.
Absolutely. Same thing live. If I don't like your face, you're screwed. I mean, if we had a poker tournament where everyone had a cat avatar, it would never end because I wouldn't let anyone lose. Well, we are all in and survives. River's a 5-high flush, but crucially, Dig and Delve has chips still.
Yeah, got called there by the ace high thanks to that big bounty on Dig and Delve's head, but wasn't able to eliminate them.
Ace Queen versus Ace Jack, but it does not go all in pre, and we have a domination rotation situation on this King King Jack flop.
Leon still going to check.
Yeah.
Just planning perhaps to check call any bets that come their way. Of course, a little bit scared that Matinho could be slow playing trip kings. I think with that check back on the turn, though, it might be time to start going for value. You know, if Matinho has some of those middling pairs, could perhaps look them up for the right size, but it does just get checked all the way down.
Blinds did go up, by the way, to 600,000, 1.2 million. They'll go up again in 10 minutes' time. We've had King Queen from the chip leader open here, and Matinho, who's another big stack, has Ace King. Thank you to Becca Ann for pointing out that that baby monkey seems to be a meme. Amazon even has a license plate of it for sale. Proves Amazon has everything. Christ alive.
Kind of a sad state of affairs when Amazon's like the go-to. If Amazon has it, then, you know, it's legit.
Still doesn't make it aesthetically pleasing, does it?
No. Luis Nerd with the flush draw, though. Both players playing top pair.
Yeah, and I guess the potential flush out there might prevent everyone from going too crazy here.
Yeah, this would be a nice value bet to find with the ace king. You just expect that your opponent could potentially have a lot of worse kings there, but I can see why you don't want to go for it.
Well, the net result there is that Matinho, playing from Austria, has taken the chip lead, close to 80 million right now, as Luis Nerd drops down into second place. Sampi723 from Argentina is the shortest stack right now, with 4.5 million, 14 players remaining, and it is incredible how we just had that ludicrous first hour, Maria. And then it continued on pace, I'd say probably for the next hour, and now it's kind of starting to slow down as we get closer to the FT.
Yeah, especially with the pay jumps starting to happen a little more frequently.
That's true. Currently, we're looking at a payout of $1,730. Ladder up into 13th, it's 2,427. And of course, the bounties remain a huge factor in as far as winning prize money is concerned.
Now it seems that Matinho's getting really active, but it's not because they don't have good starting hands. But Dexter, you see, kind of thinking about it, you know, ace-6 suited off of 5 bigs, but does elect to fold against Matinho's open.
It's raise and take it. Ace 10 versus Ace Jack, question mark? I mean, Dexter's short, Leon's short, guess his back is short, Kamisaraki is short, Dig and delve is short. I mean, Martino and Luis Nerd are really the only players at this table who can justifiably be playing post-flop poker.
Yeah, and as long as, you know, they stay out of each other's way, they can certainly abuse all of the other players because, again, other players that want to risk getting tangled up with them will have to pretty much play for their whole stack, especially if we're talking about opening pre and then 3-betting against their opens.
Well, the best hand is holding here. Ace-Jack still good on this paired board. And there is Barry Greenstein, pretty much guaranteeing that this is going to be a win for Kamisaraki.
Wow, with check back with the rivered ace. And I get why Kamisaraki checked, because the ace is a really good card for Leon to bluff at if they didn't have an ace, but also very surprising that Leon will just check the rivered ace back.
By the way, Becca Ann wants everyone to know that the baby monkey sticking out tongue photo license plate, there are only 15 left on Amazon. So if you were planning on getting one of those for a loved one or a bitter enemy for Christmas, you want to get in there quick.
Yeah, I wouldn't even buy that for you just as a gag Christmas gift, James. I'm not going to do that to you. So
Thank you. I appreciate it. The problem I have with novelty/gag Christmas presents is it's just clutter. It's more junk that at some point I have to get rid of.
Exactly.
Kamisaraki with the flush here.
Like, is it really worth that, like, 2 or 3 minutes of amusement from their reaction when really it's, like you said, it's just going to sit there and take up space? I don't know.
There is nothing that annoys me more than stocking fillers. Just pointless crap that no one wants, where you feel that you need to give someone a decent quantity of stuff, and it's just like, that's all it is, stuff.
Luckily, in my family growing up, we didn't really do presents, so I didn't have to worry about that. My parents were not big Christmas celebrators.
Right. Come on, Dexter. Clock's ticking, literally.
Yeah, I really just think you're going to have to go with it. I mean, we could see that Dig and Delve has 10s in the big blind, but if you're stalling for pay jump reasons, it's different. But certainly if you're actually considering folding Jack 10 suited off of that stack size, then I think that would be a huge mistake.
There we go, all in with Jack 10 suited. Will get called in at least one spot, that being Dig and Delve in the big blind. Leon, considering what to do with ace 3 of diamonds. Folds,
Yeah, it gives
so it's
it
going to be...
if it were a bigger bounty on Dexter's head, I think they would have considered just isolating with that ace 3 suited, but here just going to leave Dig and Delve to it.
Let's do it. And straight on the turn for Dexter, 5-9-4. That is going to be a double up. Meanwhile, Sampi 723 was just KO'd from the other table. So Dexter survives, gets the double up, and ladders, as does everyone else at the table. And in the tournament, $2,427, the next payout, with 13 remaining. River D's Nuts says press the info tab. Escape, F1, F2, F3, tab, tab. The one above caps lock. Doesn't do anything. So we've got the raise from Luis, flattered by Matinho, and clubs on the flop.
Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable check by Luis. This does feel like when your opponent flats your open, that this is going to be very likely smashing their range. So pretty easy to get away with that bet with the flush draw.
The price of poker has increased. 800,000, 1.6 million blinds. And Luis Nerd opening here with King 9 of Hearts. The Spraggy for Dexter.
Yeah, and Luis definitely going to start adjusting a little bit more to the fact that now Matinho has them covered and is to their left. You know, earlier we saw Luis take a lot of liberal opening spots with the overwhelming chip lead, but now definitely have to play a little bit tighter. King 9 suited under the gun, still very reasonable to open with.
Well, we've got Queen Jack for dig and delve, Queen Jack for guesses back. First Queen Jack is folded. So round 2, Leon on the button. And now guesses back in the small blind. All in and a call. And just flops it. Flops Broadway. Doubles up. It's what they do. And guess who's back in the game with a stack of 20 million?
Yeah, it has a pretty hand, but really tough to know how to navigate facing an under the gun open when you've just got about 13 big blinds. So not good enough to shove over that open, but we see how wide Matinho is going to be opening.
Dexter all in with ace-king. Matinho with ace-9. Gives him a spin. Ace-high flop. No 9. And Dexter gets another double up. Luis opening with Jack 10. That was a raise and take it. The problem, the biggest problem I have with the live chat on YouTube is that I don't think it's always in sync with what's happening. I think some people have much longer lag than maybe if they're watching on Twitch. So, for example, when Just Matty types, wow, I have absolutely zero idea what they are reacting to. King 9 all in on the button. Well, that's Matinho shoving on Dig and Delve and Dexter. Dig and Delve calls it off, gets it in with ace-5. Is ahead for now. But that 7 on the river means Matinho makes the straight. Dig and Delve, former chip leader, is KO'd. And the current chip leader has more than 100 million. That's the first time tonight we've seen a player cross the 100 million mark. And it happened because the 7 is always coming.
Yeah, Matinho gives up that 5-3 suited, even though I'm sure they were very tempted. But good timing as Dexter, another big one.
Upper 3 writes, ouch. I'm assuming that was the hand we just saw and not something that happened 4 minutes ago. Ace King all in on the button for Dexter, and there is another ladder coming, by the way, when we get down to 11, so worth considering. Dexter is not the shortest stack right now. Eula, who we saw get off to a pretty good start tonight, Eula from Brazil, has 11.6 mil. That's a sub 10 big blind stack, right? Oh yeah, absolutely. We're at 800,000, 1.6 million. Going to 1 million, 2 million in 9 minutes. Come on, let's do this. Let's be having you. Dazzy Jr. with possibly the worst analysis we've had tonight. Dexter was such a good show. Nice reminder. Might start again tonight. Okay, to be fair, up to and including Season 4, Dexter was solid. It then went downhill, then it went off the rails, and it's one of those rare shows that I followed for multiple seasons and then abandoned. I couldn't be bothered to see it through because that's how bad it got.
But I have a question about that. Maybe we could wait until after this hand. But I have a very serious question about that type of show in general. I'd like to hear your take. Matinho keeping the pot small with that check back.
By the way, Tom is 100% correct. Prison Break, exactly the same. First season, awesome. Second season, kind of watchable. Season 3, diabolical, and just run away. Don't watch it. Don't watch it. And yes, exactly, Outer Space Fever. Trinity Killer, great season. Unfortunately, it never, ever reached those lofty heights ever again, and got really, really bad as Luis Nerd gets some back there, and the stacks even out between Luis and Matinho.
Yeah, I can't blame them for going for the value bet after the turn and the river was checked to them, but they took themselves to Value Town. Okay, my question is, James, do you, knowing what you know about those shows, though, and how it ended up being, you know, turning out really terribly after you've invested so much time in it, was it still worth it to have watched the first few seasons of the show?
Yeah, I don't regret it, but if you came to me now and said, should I watch Dexter, I would say no, because there is so much good TV, and most of us are so time poor, that I can easily reel off so many better shows that you can invest your time in.
Okay, that's basically my question, because I had always heard so many good things about Dexter, but I just never got around to watching it. But then it's always been on my list of should I go watch it now? And doesn't sound like it, according to you.
I also don't think it was ever first class, top tier TV. It was always a little bit pulp. It was always a little bit soap opera with lots of violence. But it was very, very watchable. And that the fourth season with John Lithgow is actually was really good. But I don't know. I kind of feel that. I don't know how up to speed you are and everything else, Maria. If you've finished Netflix, as the expression goes, and you've like run out of everything, then, you know, yeah, that's a really good point there from Casual Fitzy. When Dexter was on, there wasn't a ton of amazing TV. Fast forward 10, 15 years, it's a very different landscape, and there's so much better stuff going on right now.
That's definitely a very important caveat.
Yes. The next break is 15 minutes away, and I want to highlight a TV show that I've just started watching, which I know Joe saw ages ago, and I've been waiting for it to arrive in the UK, and I will be talking about that during our next break. I would argue, Japneet, that House of Cards went off the rail after the second season. I don't think it has anything to do with what happened with its lead actor. It had already descended into farce before that point. First season, great. Second season, solid. After that, soap opera. And not even well-written soap opera. Steve, I love The Price is Right. We're going to start talking about very watchable TV. Love a good game show.
My
Come
sister
on
was
down.
on The Price is Right, and she was, at the time, the top in the top 5 of most winningest Price is Right players of all time. She won both showcases, like the final showdown. She won hers and the other person's when you guess very close to the actual number.
Just very quickly, Leon getting the double up there through Matinho. Is this the notorious Dr. Judy Ho?
Yes, yes.
This is the favorite daughter. I mean,
Exactly.
how are you supposed to compete?
Exactly. That's exactly what I was just gonna say. I mean, among her many accomplishments.
The Showcase Showdown. So we have got to 11 players. Con Todd 11 KO'd in 12th place. So that's another ladder for everyone. $3,400 is the current payout. And we are one bust out away from going hand for hand on the final table bubble. If you haven't seen Succession, there is no other TV show worth considering. Succession is one of the best TV shows of all time, and if you haven't seen it, watch it, and watch it now. Stop watching the stream. I know I should be saying that, but you should be watching Succession instead of the stream.
Okay, then you're not gonna like this. I started watching it, and granted, I only watched 2 episodes, but I was having a really hard time getting into it. Like, it wasn't like, oh, I have to binge or I have to see what happens. It was like, I don't know how connected I feel to it after 2 episodes.
I mean, I think you need to stick with it. It's just incredible writing. And I can see if people don't like shows about unlikable people, I can see how. But I think it's nuanced enough that there are times where you feel sorry for people, there are times when you're on their side, and then you can absolutely hate those same people half an hour later. And that's how good the writing is.
Yeah, I love that. I love characters that's kind of their journey, but I don't want to always be rooting for the same
that's why I
person.
liked House of the Dragon. I thought that, again, it reminded me of like old school Game of Thrones in the fact that the writing was solid and the characters were nuanced, and there were people who at the first you thought were bad, who then maybe you kind of had some empathy with, and then other people who just kind of like you started off liking and then hated by the end of it. I think that's smart writing.
Bad timing by Matinho, still trying to push these players around with that stack, but just ran into the kings of Dexter there, blind versus blind.
Dude, comment the game. Damn. I tell you what, I will do that, but you, my friend, are not going to be commenting at all. You're banned. So Matinho has raised the button. Leon folds the big. One table of 6, one table of 5. Field merges at 9 when we have our final table.
Both Dexter and Guess Who's Back have very reasonable holdings to play against Matinho, but Dexter not wanting to put in the 3-bet shove. I think that Guess Who's Back is just going to have to go with this. Ace-10 is so good against a player that has shown themselves to be very active and aggressive off of that stack. You know that you don't have fold equity, but you've got to go with it. They do get the fold from the King-6. I think if they had a bigger bounty, they definitely would have gotten called, but that was a really net positive result.
And we are at 1 million, 2 million now. So what are we playing? We're at 20, 21 big blind average. It's got really shallow again, Maria.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as you pointed out earlier, James, most of these stacks do not have stack sizes that can really play post. You know, it's really tough for them to be able to defend against all of these opens coming out of the bigger stacks, and they're just waiting and hanging on.
And that's where we were at during the first hour today. No one really had a stack where they could play through the street, so it was just all in after all in after all in. And now we're in a similar situation, but players are less willing to gamble, less willing to take risks because of the associated ICM pressures with the pay jumps, with the prospect of the big cash money at the FT.
Yeah, and that's when some of the big stacks, when they get into the final table, they're really going to be able to continue to just chip away. Everyone is just going to be playing for 7th or 6th or 5th place.
Victor Vegas asks, what were the starting stacks and the blinds for this tourney? I know the starting stack is 50k, and the very first blind level is 125 250. So that's a very, very big stack to start with. But the blinds do go up every 15 minutes, and it does get reasonably aggressive. But, you know, you've got 2 days to get from near enough 10,000 players down to a winner. You can't have, you know, a 40-minute clock, and you can't have, you know, the blind increases be too gradual.
So far in a lot of their confrontations, Matinho's been able to get the better of Luis here with the best hand. Is Luis willing to fire again? You know, you can definitely attack a lot of those weak hands that are going to defend from the big blind. It looks like they will go for the double barrel. Makes it really tough for ace high to call.
To quote Sia, fire away, fire away. And we are switching to the other table where we find start of day chip leader Heisenberg, who somehow has reclaimed that chip lead. Heisenberg back in the catbird seat with close to 100 million. Portalupi is another one-time chip leader in the Sunday Million. Heisenberg timing out there, doesn't seem to have any clock left. As Portalupi shoves on Euler, ace-6 versus ace-5. There's a 5 on the flop. And that is domination rotation. And Euler, courtesy of the 5 and the inconsequential Greenstein, survives. Foul end. What's your favorite hand to play, James? Aces. But if I'm gonna be specific, ace of spades, ace of diamonds, because I like the or do I prefer hearts? I like the contrast. I like to have the two different colours. But maybe spades and hearts. Yeah, sorry, diamonds, you're out. Ace of spades, ace of hearts. That combo specifically. Jacks against 8-5. Rafe says,
wow.
Go Brazil.
Look at this 8-5 going for a check raise on the monotone board. I mean,
yeah, I was gonna
not
say,
that timing.
We do have a Brazilian player in this hand, that player being Portalupi, but it is 3x3 from Germany, who's getting creative and who wins the pot.
Yeah, you don't really see a lot of people check raise there with kind of the zero equity bluffs, but when you think about how wide players would be opening from the button, just because an ace and a king comes out on the flop doesn't mean that they're going to have that a very large percentage of the time. So, you know, if you're going to find a spot to be aggressive, especially if you don't really have a history of getting lined, then it's going to work.
Heisenberg all in with ace-jack, 3x3 with fives.
Yeah, I mean, BVB fives feels really good, but it's still just a lot of chips.
I have a horseshoe. Oh. All in from Euler. I guess got the double up, but it's still ridiculously short. This is just over 3 big blinds. And with ace-8 of hearts, $1,600 bounty. I'll have some. And here we go. An 8 on the flop. Queen or a 10 needed. Nope. Inconsequential Greenstein. And the elimination of Euler FT, taking us down to 10 players. And here we go. We'll have to balance because we need 2 tables of 5, hand for hand on the final table bubble. Yeah, you get your throwables out, Heisenberg.
Oh, that sandcastle one's fun. Building castles.
Switching to find guess who's back all in with sevens. Decision for Kamisaraki in the big blind with ace deuce. Folds. Next hand, and we just see the balancing taking place there. Ooh, ace king, king, queen. What do you reckon?
Yeah, definitely in a BVB situation, the chips should be going all in. Again, I mean, nobody likes to call off for their tournament life, but here, king, queen just is so good. You know that your opponent a lot of the time is going to be putting pressure on without as good of a hand. I cannot believe that they get away from king, queen. Looks like a good move because we could see what their opponent had, but still, unbelievable.
Meanwhile, the other table, Heisenberg ahead with fives right now. Bets 3 into 10. Martinho, who was the player who got balanced across from the other table, deciding what to do with ace 10 of diamonds. 2 high-ish cards. Backdoor flush draw. Calls, picks up the flush draw on the turn. A lot of armchair analysts criticizing that king-queen fold from Dexter, as Heisenberg makes another bet on the turn, 5 million into 16 million. And the board bricks out for Martinho. Fives are good here. And
yeah, amazingly.
Martinho does not take a stab at this. Heisenberg, does Heisenberg think they have showdown value? Can they check behind here, or do they feel they have to try and bet again?
No, I feel like given the fact that they've gotten some action from the big blind post flop, yeah, it's better as a check back. You definitely can show it down.
So that is going to take us to the break. Back inside of 5 minutes, we will resume hand-for-hand play with 2 tables of 5 on the final table bubble in this week's Sunday Million, and it is Heisenberg PS from Kazakhstan, who started today as chip leader, who is currently chip leader with 122 million, and Dexter, who's making some very tight folds right now, is the short stack with 17 million. Joe Stapleton back with us, and I said we would talk a little bit of TV. I know that we talked a lot of TV during that last level, but Joe, I don't you remember last week Griffin brought up that Netflix documentary series, Pepsi Where's My Jet?
I do remember that, yes. And I remember saying, I think this story is fascinating, but I wasn't going to watch it because there's no way it's a good enough story to be 4 hours long.
And you are 100% correct. By the way, the total series is about 2.5 because they're mainly 35, 40-minute episodes. But the same argument still stands. It's a series. It should be a standalone documentary. And even then, I don't think the story is that interesting. It has a bit of a weak ending. But here's the weirdest thing. In the middle of this documentary, and Maria, I don't know whether you know the story, but it's basically this guy who felt that because Pepsi advertised that you could get a Harrier jump jet for 7 million of their points, that he should basically get a jet. And they're like, it was clearly a joke and should not be taken as a serious offer. In the middle of this, his team are doing some research into other offers that have gone bad for Pepsi. And there's this 15-minute section of the documentary where they talk about this promotion in the Philippines where there was a computer glitch, which meant that a token, it was like a lottery, and a token which should not have won, and so many people had this number and thought they'd won 1 million pesos. And there were literally protests and demonstrations outside Pepsi plants. People were letting off firebombs. Somebody got killed. Bottling trucks were being bombed. Accusations were made that Pepsi were bombing their own trucks. Accusations they deny, of course, to try and discredit the protesters. And I'm like, this is a much more interesting story, and it's a 15-minute aside in a 2.5-hour documentary about some kid who wanted a jet. And, spoiler alert, didn't get it. Completely bizarre. I'm like, can you please now turn that into a documentary series? Because I do feel that that's what I want to see. I did say I'd make a good recommendation. Joe, you alerted me months ago to a TV show on HBO Max called Tokyo Vice. And I said to you then, I don't know where it is in the UK because HBO shows go on to Sky Atlantic, but HBO Max, it's up for grabs. The BBC bought it, and thank you to our friend and colleague Gary who pointed me in the direction of BBC iPlayer. I'm halfway through the season. It's brilliant. It's a great series, and I can't wait to watch the end of it.
It's brilliant. I know it means something different in the UK than it means in the US. I think it's very good. I think what it has going for it is similar to what The Wire had going for it back in the day, that we don't know anything about this culture, about this gangster culture. We don't know a lot about Japanese culture in general, and then the gangster culture on top of it, and the fact that it feels authentic and it feels realistic. It's quite fascinating, even in the spots that I think the show's not perfect. You're still pretty much wrapped up in this world, and they do a great job of sort of putting you in this fella's shoes of being a fish very much out of water.
I think for me, it's the fact that being familiar with journalism and news organizations, how different this newspaper is to any newsroom I've ever been anywhere near, how formal, the fact that there was an entrance exam to even be considered for an interview, how prestigious this job is considered, and how this paper regards itself as one of the greatest in the world is just, you know, completely alien. Very much enjoying that, and I know, and you brought it up earlier on, Joe, I know everyone's still talking very highly about White Lotus. I stand by my assertion that I will wait for the entire series to play out, and then I will binge it in one go. That is my plan. I know something has happened recently because social media was abuzz, but I've managed to avoid anything which kind of could constitute a spoiler. Maria, you have earned yourself a break. Joe and I will carry on with the switching between tables as we carry on with hand-for-hand action on the final table bubble in this week's Sunday Million. How long will it be before we get to the FT? Shouldn't be long when you consider how shallow action is right now as we continue at the 1 million, 2 million blind level.
I say not really, James, because I still feel the same way about this season of White Lotus that I felt about the last one, that it's lovely and I love the world and the characters are great, but honestly, not a lot has happened in this show, and the stuff that has happened could have happened sooner.
Sorry, just need to...
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Snowmen's for Kamisaraki. So have you seen the most recent episode? Because I think that's the one that's kind of got everyone... Okay, fine.
Yeah, I watched it last night, right when it was available. It's one of the few that that my girlfriend checks multiple times a week to see if they've mistakenly put up a new episode.
Oh, bless. Wow, Ace-5 all in against Ace-Jack. And... No! Leon KO'd. Meanwhile, there's still a hand in progress at the other table, so switching, and very soon we will be switching to the final table because we're definitely at 9 players. Question is, do we get to 8 players?
Seems unlikely given the holding of 3x3? 3x3 Q Tour 8-4?
Just
3 by 3 is fine.
Just
trying
roll
to figure
with it.
out. Maybe there's a... Oh, boy!
Hello.
Okay, now based on the holding of
Risky.
Helsenberg, I think that we will not be going to 8-handed.
I would love it if Heisenberg can somehow find some ludicrous river shove here. I mean, 3x3 might also bluff this with what is the best hand. No, checks it. Heisenberg, come on.
You can't show 7 high here. This is one of the few things I've learned recently.
Agreed. 28,961,799 is the bet. There you go.
There you go.
Nice
Now,
bluff
based
from
on
Heisenberg.
3x3's holding, I think that they'll be folding.
And that is going to take us to the final table. So congratulations to Heisenberg, who will be coming to this FT as chip leader. Heisenberg with nearly 150 million.
James, I ate Thanksgiving leftovers on the break and maybe a few too many of them.
Oh. I love groomed champion's observation. Kind of creepy that Maria just has that voodoo doll just chilling in the background. Agreed. Imagine what we could do if we got our hands on that doll. Imagine the fun we can have. You want to see Maria jumping out of her chair? Oh, there's a pin.
Aw, poor Maria.
I would never do that to her, obviously.
How do you think I get her? How do you think I get her to take my action consistently, despite the fact that I've never made her a nickel? Just poke her right in the wallet.
There was a voodoo doll of Griffin. I think we can all agree that we would not feel guilty about having fun with that one.
No, and we'd probably improve his life.
Come on, Luis, you nerd.
Back on top, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Heisenberg went into the Breakers chip leader. Heisenberg and Luis, the two players with more than 100 million, and the two players going to battle here. Heisenberg probably will just abandon the 8-5 of diamonds. Let's do our international tour of the final table. And first of all, let's just point out that Dexter has done a decent job of laddering. Dexter has made it to the top 9. Dexter is guaranteed nearly 5K. Dexter is playing from Switzerland. Guess who's back? Playing from Ukraine. Kamasaraki is from Peru, just like Paddington. 3x3 is from Germany. Policia is from Lithuania. We've got two Brazilians at this FT. Portalupi and Luis Nerd, both from Brazil. Matinho from Austria. And Heisenberg, the chip leader, is a low-stakes player from Kazakhstan.
I was kind of surprised to come back to 10-handed.
Are you thrilled and delighted to see Street Flash Poker?
I am.
The Street Flash draw for 3x3.
Casino Daddy dropped a raid on us in the middle while we were chatting with stuff. Here comes Xflix with another one. Thanks to both of you.
We do appreciate those viewer dumps on Twitch. The Grund is real.
The double paired flush. Yes.
Yeah. Ugh. Okay, Luis, it's your turn to push a player off a hand now. Nope. Blinds up. 1.25 million, 2.5 million. Roughly a 25 big blind average right now at the final table. What's up, everyone? Asks Herr Schneiders himself.
Hello, Felix.
How goes the Grund?
Look at this Luis Nerd not raising Jack 10 all the way in late position with no open in front of him. It would have been dominated. Would have got shoved on.
Absolutely. Well, some hands here. We've got 3 pocket pairs, 6s, 7s, and 9s. Oh dear, the Grund not going well for Felix today. Fired all bullets, now I'm here, enough said. Yeah, that is true. I guess whenever you do get a viewer dump, you know it hasn't normally ended well.
It's true what they
so
say
Heisenberg,
too, that really nice people sometimes end up the short end of the poker stick.
Heisenberg is open with King Jack. Has got a fold from
Ooh.
Ace Queen, a fold from sixes, a fold from sevens. Portaluppi, nuts are we. All in.
And this is kind of what you would expect, right? Like nines feel like a big enough pocket pair to do this. Sevens is going to be just below the line for some people. Eight's going to be right on the line. And nines, you don't love it, but you got to do it. Muckle asks, hey, Joe, what did you eat during the break? You're watching from India. Mashed potatoes, macaroni and cheese, turkey, ham, Brussels sprouts, gravy, just sort of all mixed together.
In a bucket with the eggs on top.
Pretty close. But I'm not going to lie, I don't feel great right now.
And now, the wafer thin mint?
Yeah, no, definitely not anything. Yeah.
We don't want Joe to do a Creosote on stream. Queen 10 versus Ace Queen. Guess who's back? The at-risk player, but has the dominating hand, which holds. So that is a double up.
Snedhead asks, what does equity mean in poker? And the way that most people would think of equity is just like the percentage of the time you're going to win the hand, right? It's just, 65% of the time I'm going to win the hand. But if you break it down further, what like the math geeks really mean by it is that 65% of this pot belongs to you, sort of mathematically. Of course, only the entire pot is awarded most of the time, unless it's a chop pot. But that's sort of how people look at it. Most people just look at it as like, I'm the favorite to win. But if you look at it long term, you go, okay, well, I had 65% of the equity or what that pot was worth.
So we have had one double up so far since we got nine-handed at this final table. All the remaining players now on your screen, along with the sums of money that they are still playing for. Not just the payouts, by the way. Remember the bounties. And some of these bounties are not insignificant. Heisenberg, worth nearly 2K. Kamasaraki, worth 1,500. But then you've got Matinho, 3x3, worth roughly 2.5 each. And Luis, worth nearly 3.5.
Heisenberg using that big stack and has had pretty good timing, yeah.
Yeah.
King 9 suited, not typically a hand somebody's going to use to re-bluff you.
It does feel almost like
stack.
selective aggression, and the timing seems to have been pretty on point. I just hope that that narrative continues for Heisenberg's sake. So Matinho opening it up with Ace-King. Jack-10 for Dexter, who's done a pretty good job folding their way up the rungs of the ladder. And I don't see Dexter trying to change strategy anytime soon.
Got Ace-Queen offsuit for Policia. And that's just going to be an open shove with the big blind being 2.5 million. And will this get through, or will Ace 3 suited feel like calling it off? No. Falls the dominated hand. Upper 3 asks, should you usually call all ins with a much wider range versus short stacks because of the bounties? Much wider range is debatable. But yes, in general, if it's a shorter stack and you can withstand the chips and you can certainly call with a wider range than you would in a normal tournament. A much wider range, again, open to interpretation, but I think many people would agree you could even do it with a much wider range. Yes, you're not usually doing it with hands like 4, 5, and 7 deuce and 10, 5 and hands like that. But, you know, you might do it with a king jack or a queen 10, especially if you've already put chips in the middle, especially if the opponent can't damage you that much, and especially if you're closing the action. Top pair for Portalupi here.
And Portalupi wins that pot. Blinds up again in 7 minutes' time. I mean, there will come a point when these guys will not be able just to keep folding and playing this snug. Nine, 8 of diamonds opens in late position, and 3x3 is going to 3-bet and win that pot. Jacks for Dexter. Danny on Twitch says, hope you guys are well. Great commentary as always. Thank you, Danny. We're good, thanks. We're good. 2022 coming to an end, almost in the last month of the year. Looking ahead to Prague, looking ahead to the Bahamas in January. As we see Dexter get it in with jacks against Queen Deuce of Diamonds. And that is going to be a double up for Dexter. Dexter back up to 20 million. Blasphemy says, can you show stacks and blinds? No, thank you for your question. To flesh out that answer, and to be fair, number one, it cannot be done in this replayer software, which is showcasing hands that were played 30 minutes ago. But even if it could, I'm a great believer that poker should be showcased with betting amounts and not translated into blinds. For a viewing audience, I appreciate when you're playing, it can be an incredibly useful metric. And I know that there'll be some people out there who only measure poker tournaments in terms of big blinds, but I think for a casual viewer, chip amounts is much better. Oh.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
3x3 limping with the snowmans. So 7-4 gets to see a cheap flop. 9-5 gets to see a free flop. Ooh, there's a little bit of something for everyone, Joseph.
Yeah, but we've got some blockers out there, right? Some straight blockers. Dexter blocking the straight for Heisenberg. Heisenberg blocking for Dexter. Oftentimes, doesn't really seem to have a huge effect on what runs out. We'll see what happens here. 3.6 from the set of eights.
Well, there's a 7. So had Dexter hung around, would have worked out. But, you know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Instead, it's a pair for Heisenberg. Oh, Dexter, what were you doing? What were you thinking?
Are you talking about this Dexter or the TV show Dexter, everything after season 6?
we went into great detail about Dexter, and I established after season 4, not worth watching, and kind of felt, in summary, that if you've never watched it, just don't bother. There's much better stuff out there.
It came along during a time where that particular show and its whole vibe was pretty new and clever and inventive, and I feel like even the best seasons now wouldn't really hold up to the modern day prestige television that we have.
And even at the time, you knew it was kind of like, you know, it wasn't top tier TV.
It was
drama.
pretty
It was
schlocky,
fun.
yeah.
Yes. Okay, so Heisenberg overbets the river. It is a straighty board, but you can't fold a set here. And 3x3 calls all in and gets the double up through the chip leader. And now the same two players could be involved in another confrontation, Ace-Jack versus Ace-Jack.
Feels ripe for a 3-bet. Ace-Jack against a player you know will fold to 3-bets sometimes. Yeah, Nikolai's picking up on that. There's a beef going on between 3x3 and Heisenberg. 3x3 beef. You can order that at In-N-Out Burger.
Okay.
Here's what stinks about calling here, right? What stinks about thinking you're getting picked on. You can't really flop a flush draw with Ace-Jack suited. You are out of position, and Heisenberg can just hammer on you. Okay, a little bit of hope on the turn, but
I'm going to pretend that I can't
draw.
see Dexter's folded cards right now.
And what about Luis's?
Heisenberg bets 10 million into 34 million. I mean, 3x3's got the Broadway draw as well.
Yeah, but it's not as good a Broadway draw as it feels like, right? I mean, you're still drawing to the nut straight, but it is a gut shot.
And now a raise to 20 million. Yeah, there is a certain amount of posturing going on right now between these two. And they both river Broadway.
Get your throwables ready. McMurphy writes in chat, everybody loves What does that mean? I mean, you could fold this to the full house, right? Right?
You could, but I don't think it's going to happen. Matthias Becker asks, where is the million? What are you talking about? So, Joe, this is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. No. Not good.
I'll take a not quite. Who was in front of who? I was late. Fine.
I still want to know what Matthias means by where is the million?
I think what Matthias is overlooking is that if you add up all of the money in the prize pool, it will equal $1 million. I thought Matthias is maybe looking for $1 million in first place.
Oh, I see. I thought Matthias was saying that this is not the Sunday Million, and Matthias was hoping to see the Sunday Million and is annoyed that it's not on, and where is the million? It's like, well, it's here. We're covering it.
Maria Ho in YouTube chat says, so I am not the problem. I hate to tell you this, Maria. As much as I will take the blame when it's my fault. The problem is we can't ever get it right when you're on, so that when it's just me and James, I have no idea what's going on anymore. You've screwed the whole thing up so badly. Okay, this guy's getting banned. HSF fan. You're very annoying. You're very annoying. I don't know how you can make me more mad at you than I am at Maria right now.
Tell you what, HS fan, if you start giving him...
Yeah.
If HS fan starts giving you money to play poker, will you be kind of like less mad at them?
I don't know. If their addition is as bad as it is here, it's not someone I really want to do business with. Sysamic asks, will money make you like someone more? Yes, absolutely. Just ask anyone who's friends with Elon Musk. Of course it does. 3-bet from 3x3.
Oh, I'm not going to go down that road. Ace Queen opens here.
By the way, that includes me. You can bet your ass that if I became friends with Elon Musk, that I would absolutely think he's the greatest person in the world.
Might even give you a discount on your blue tick.
Exactly. If I can get a blue ticket for it. I still have one though, right? They haven't taken ours away yet.
No, because they pulled the whole thing because it was a mitigated disaster. So now the new verification / Twitter Blue system is due to launch. And A7 looking good here against Ace Queen. Heisenberg likes to get into trouble now.
Can I tell you what the river would be if I was in this hand and I was Portalupi? It would be an 8.
Okay. One has to assume that the site is still going at the point that they are able to relaunch their new system.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that people are sort of playfully over exerting themselves on is like the site itself just dying entirely. I don't. It doesn't feel like it's about to crash at any second.
No, there you go.
Just a queen.
Just a queen instead, Joe. Not the counterfeit, just the actual.
The queen's worse because at least when the 8 hits, you know you got counterfeited.
That's true. That is true. Oh, all into call, does call, and Portalupi is KO'd by Heisenberg, who claims a bounty and is now closing in on the 200 million mark. We are down to 8 players, and Dexter has laddered up another spot. And just to finish that conversation, I don't think that the site is about to fall over, but do I think it has a future? No, not right now. Not the way it's being run, not the way it's being managed.
If a reasonably similar behaving alternative were to pop up, I do think it would be in some big trouble.
And if there, this is a really good point actually that Helio's made just now on Twitch chat, is you get site outages and crashes and problems and bugs all the time. The problem is trying to get it back up again with the number of people that they've got rid of is now going to be... I mean, the fact they're trying to bribe some of the people he got rid of to come back because they've realized how screwed they are.
Yeah, I'm also never really sure what's true and what's not. You know, like anyone can post on Twitter and be like, hey, I'm an engineer and I just got fired and they're trying to get me to come back. So I try to take everything with a grain of salt.
I'm not looking at what people are tweeting. I'm looking at what, like, you know, the news coverage as we see Dexter get it in bad, and Dexter is finally KO'd. did ladder up into 8th place. That means Dex is cashing out for nearly 7K plus bounties. But just like that, we are down to 7 players. And yeah, any amount of basic investigative reporting will tell you it's not going well. This is not just people bad-mouthing it on the site itself. This is clearly former employees who are revealing a very toxic work culture. But, you know, if he makes it work, good luck to him.
Heisenberg going to take this flip for a little under half his stack.
Ah. Kamizuraki with...
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
Well, Heisenberg has such a huge chip lead right now. And there is a 5 on the flop for Kamizuraki. There's a deuce for Guess Who's Back. Not much for Heisenberg. Running clubs. Queen. I mean, Heisenberg is hitting when they need to.
All right.
I mean, in for practically nothing, right?
Yeah, you gotta call with a pair here. Queen 4 can get out of the way, despite the fact that seeing one more card. Okay, fair enough. One more card, very cheap.
I mean, Kamizuraki's in such a great spot here to get more than a triple up. 35 million in the middle. You've got the best hand, pair of 5s, plus the diamond draw, but doesn't know it yet, of course. Still got potential side action between Heisenberg and Guess Who's Back.
Who?
Heisenberg betting 7.5. Now, do you fold the deuce?
I mean, what does Heisenberg stand to win by bluffing this here? Oh, just the bounty. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. ISOs for the bounty, but it is the triple up for Kamizuraki. Luis raising the button with King 5. Re-raise the virtual all-in from 6s and a fold. So with 7 players remaining, what are we looking at now? Average stack 68 million with the blinds at 1.53. Still relatively shallow, but not unplayable, and certainly not a shallow stack for Heisenberg right now.
Alicia with the dominating ace. And we're getting down to the point where, yeah, 66 million isn't really a lot of chips. And against an under-the-gun raise, understandable. You don't necessarily want to get it in. There's going to be a lot of ace-kings, a lot of ace-queens, ace-jacks all raising from that position. Phil, who is asking about the origin of ace-5 suited sourdough. Ed's explanation is correct in the YouTube chat. Continuation bet from the ace of spades, and still the best hand.
So now that Dexter has gone, there isn't like a single super short stack. You've got Kamasaraki, Guess Who's Back, and Matinho kind of tied at the bottom.
Felicia does call Jack-8 suited, understandable. And you generally want to see a flop with. Not much to go on here. Ace-6 still the best of it. Action folds around a 3x3, folds 7-10 suited onto the blinds. And it's a walk.
Well, here's an interesting theory. Is 3x3's name supposed to say executor? Executor 84. Yeah, good spot. Well done. You don't win a prize.
What's the order number that's asked to be executed in Star Wars?
66.
Is it 84? Oh.
66. Maybe this particular executor was born in 1984.
Maybe.
Or maybe is an Orwellian executor.
Oh. Or maybe that's their favorite temperature.
Where are they from? Germany. Celsius, dude.
And Execute are about to feel picked on again by Heisenberg.
But Heisenberg has the goods. By the way, Jess Alice J saying Order 84 is like a lunch run or something. There's actually a Robot Chicken sketch where the Emperor sings a song about all of the orders that preceded Order 66. It's quite funny. Oh!
Oh, boy!
I mean, fortunately for Heisenberg, there's an ace on the flop.
Not much chance of a king showing up by the river either.
Tread carefully, Heisenberg. 6 million into 40 million.
I don't see a scenario where 3x3 doesn't go crazy here and gets the kings to fold. 3x3's propensity for using throwables leads me to believe they're very thirsty for Heisenberg's chips.
Okay. Run away. Makes the call. We get the 7 on the river. 70 million in the middle, and Executor's only got 29 million behind. So I guess Heisenberg is seeing this through to its inevitable conclusion. Virtual all-in.
There seems to be a lot of ego right now between these two, and this is a situation where you just got to go, hey, I'm going to get bluffed here sometimes. Probably not, but if I am, fine. Fine. And they do let it go this time.
Yeah, Executor up to nearly 100 million. Heisenberg still leads with nearly 150 million. Philip, the Razor. So speaking of Star Wars, that Andor finale was great. Agreed. Whole season was great.
I'm probably not remotely saying any sort of hot take here, but I far prefer Luthen to any other character on the show. He's the most interesting character to me. I do like how hot-headed Andor is, and they showed that in the first episode, and that he just, like, doesn't give an F. Like, he's just going to do what he wants all the time.
Yes.
Almost to his detriment. But Luthen, to me, is really... That speech he gave, I think, in maybe the third to last episode to the guy in the elevator was just fantastic.
Yeah. There's some very, very good writing in that show. Don't worry, no spoilers. We have got Jack 10 opening under the gun. However, whoop, whoop, it's the sound of the police with jacks.
Oh, you know what? I had one question that I don't think is a spoiler. Do they make Luthen's partner look like Princess Leia on purpose? Is that intentional? And her name is like Clea or something also?
I hadn't thought about it, to be honest.
There was that scene where she met like the blonde-haired rebel, and
Yes.
I'd forgotten that she worked with Luthen in the shop, and I'm like, oh, is this supposed to be Princess Leia? And then I'm like, oh, wait, no. It's the same character. I mean, she looks a lot like a young Carrie Fisher.
I hadn't considered it, but so I don't know. Ace King for Heisenberg, and there is one of the short stacks, in fact the shortest stack of them all, Kamisaraki with Ace Deuce suited in the big blind. This may go shove and call. No, just a standard raise. There's the shove. There's the call, and it is a domination situation, and it's not looking good. Oh, spade draw! No. And Kamisaraki is KO'd as Heisenberg gets back up to over 170 million. Claims another bounty.
You look confused.
Just wondering how long it's going to take for this person to get banned.
Which one? Which medium?
Oh, sorry, the medium of the Twitch.
Twitch, okay. Ooh, so 6 suiteds.
There we go. Got him. There might just be a shot at redemption here, Joseph.
How's that?
Because this may well end with a vocal performance.
Oh.
So do I need to wait longer this time? Are you basically not
No,
hearing me?
you don't. No, you don't change. I got it.
Okay, okay. Well, this is a chop pot, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot. Just off, I'm told. Just off. God damn this massive arena.
Joe late that time. Okay. I was late both times.
Not being funny, McMurphy says improvement. Sword of the Evening says getting better. Adubchak says better than last time. So the graph is going in the right direction.
Ugh, 10-5 gross. Not the hand you want to wake up with this sort of stack.
Nah.
Hey. Hey. Hey, hey. Hey.
Down of Ace is right, by the way. It was Maria's fault. 100% Maria's fault.
Sorry, Maria.
Okay, another blind
Iceberg
v blind
handles this.
situation. Eisenberg comfortably with the chip lead. Six-handed at the final table of this week's Sunday Million. And raising 9-5 from the button. The old Dolly Parton.
Feels like King 6 suited. How many shorter stacks are there? Yeah, it feels like you can defend here.
Good luck playing through the streets.
Yep. Top Notch asks, where are you gentlemen commentating from? I'm in a chair. James?
I'm in a very comfortable chair. Very good back support. Very
Okay.
good lumbar support.
Top Notch. 2 chairs. Thank you for your question. Guess who's back does not intend to play it through the streets.
No.
And Heisenberg gets sticky as usual. Does not like folding to raises.
Sticky. Halverine asks, how many legs does the chair have? Mine's on wheels. It's like a... How do you describe those? I'm not very good with chair terminology. Like it has 1, 2, 3, 4 wheels. It's like a rotating
Casters,
thing.
yeah, A-Buck said.
Yes, that's it. That's it. Yes.
I don't think wheelchair is correct, HS fan. Not sure. Wheelchair might mean something else.
That's right. A caster on casters. Oh, how we laugh.
Got him. Upper 3 says, Joe, play me heads up for 10,000 hands, and if I turn a profit, you get me on the commenting team. No. Thank you for your question.
Okay, Heisenberg had the best hand on the flop. Now has top pair, top kicker, gut shot straight draw for Executor.
I prefer to think of them as the triple-decker hamburger still. I'm going to stick with that.
Well, Heisenberg now losing to any pair.
Oh, nice try, buddy. Nice try.
Obviously, any pair bigger than Jacks, but no. My full house is good, says Heisenberg. And that will see Heisenberg cross the 200 million mark. Near enough 250 million. A quarter of $1 billion chips for Heisenberg. That's right, Philip the Razor. The Executor is Vader's Star Destroyer in The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi.
The advanced TIE fighter he flies or something else?
No. His Star Destroyer, his personal Star Destroyer.
Oh, his own Star Destroyer. Got it. A Super Star Destroyer.
The Executor.
The one that looks like an even bigger piece of pizza.
Yes. The one that clearly involved more Airfix model parts than any other model that
Right.
ILM had to construct.
All right, Heisenberg, let's go. Time to wrap this up, my dude. Okay.
Yeah, Michael Hill wants a moment of silence for the A-Wing pilot who flew into the bridge of the Executor to bring it down. It was a heroic action. We've got aces here, and we've got the Grafton for Luis in the small blind. And we don't get beyond pre-flop action.
Just slowly watching the other four players drown. As Heisenberg in 3x3. Pick up some chips here, some chips there. And the water level is rising. Just had those blinds go up to 4 million.
Yes. And it won't be too long. It'll be 13 minutes, in fact, before they go to 2.55 million.
RSPCT says, getting no action with a monster is one of the worst feelings. It's one of the worst feelings that's still kind of a good feeling. I can come up with, not to be a contrarian, but I can think of a lot more worse feelings in poker. Although I do think there are some people that would rather get bad beat with aces than get no action with aces. So maybe you're right. Maybe it is one of the worst feelings.
I would think having 2 metal stakes driven through your thighs is worse.
Poker feelings, at least, James. Come on.
Just says getting no action with a monster is one of the worst feelings. Didn't specify poker.
God.
So then remember that guy in Taken who got tortured by Liam Neeson. He left the light switch on. Oh, I believe you, but it won't save you. Horrible. I mean, does anyone else at this table want to play a hand other than these two? Oh, please, 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 just blast off with 9-7, please. No. Checks it back. Heisenberg up to nearly 275 million now. Suffice to say, massive chip leader at this now 6-handed final table. Executor is the second biggest stack with 74 million. So just to be clear, the chip leader has 200 million more than anyone else. And the rest of the pack all have between 30 and 35 million. Very interesting dynamic, and it does feel that we have very much reached the business end, which is my way of saying that it shouldn't take too long. I don't know what your take is on it, Maria, but if Heisenberg can keep up the aggression, if Heisenberg can continue running good, should be able to just obliterate the rest of the field in, I don't know, 10 minutes?
Yeah, it's just about not getting those setup hands where you're going to be coolered and really finding ways with lower variance to just continue to chip away. All of these people are trying to ladder, and so they're going to be playing tighter naturally. And once you are able to pick your spots, you should be able to take it down, but you never know what's going to happen.
Talking of picking spots, Joe, if you are Luis Nerd, if you're Matinho, if you're one of the players sat there with like 30, 32 million, and you see the amount of ridiculous leveling wars taking place between Heisenberg and Executor, what incentive is there for you to play a hand? Because you can easily ladder by just watching Heisenberg wipe this guy out.
Yeah, you know, we've seen it. As we say, every Sunday Million is different, but we have seen this stage of the tournament lots of times before where, you know, the 3 or 4 shorter stacks are really just handcuffed, don't have a lot to do, aren't incentivized to do anything but jam with super strong hands, and then obviously no one else is incentivized to call them at all, also because, you know, great for the big stacks to have these 3 or 4 other stacks slowly drowning and dwindling away. I, for one, am glad that 3x3 and Heisenberg seem to be ignoring ICM or anything else other than each other when it comes to this, because it's keeping this a little bit more interesting. But yeah, I don't really know what you can do other than nothing if you're one of these other 4 players.
Yeah. So back to the action inside of 2.5 minutes, and we will continue to follow this tournament until it plays down to a winner this evening. This is one of our last chances to highlight that we have got Prague coming up in December. There is going to be one more Sunday Million stream next week. Nick Walsh and Ali Shaban will be here. But Maria, it's my last chance to talk to you before we do Prague. And I know you're going to be part of those streams, albeit remote from your home in California. But unfortunately, we can't utilize your talents over the last couple of days because we're going to be playing shorter days on the Saturday and Sunday and probably finishing before you're even awake because we have to somehow work around the football matches that are taking place. But that does mean that the first 3 days of coverage are going to be pretty long. We're going to be trying to cut through 90 to 95% of the field during the first 3 days. So your assistance, your hours will be very much appreciated during those days.
Yeah, I mean, people have priorities, right? The World Cup is pretty important, and if that means they're going to have to play a lot more poker and front load everything, I'm sure everybody's happy with those adjustments made in the schedule to accommodate.
Yeah, and Joe, we'll go into more detail about this on the podcast we record before Prague, our Prague preview show, and I'm sure we'll cover this on the live stream from Prague as well. But those last 2 days, we're probably going to be playing the final table over 2 days, and realistically, on the Saturday, the penultimate day, instead of playing down to 6, we'll probably play down to 4, and we'll start maybe a couple of hours earlier on the Sunday, 11 a.m. local time, to make sure that we've played down from 4 to a winner before kickoff at 4 in the afternoon. Because let's be brutally honest, no one's going to want to watch the stream of the final table once the World Cup final has started. And also everyone in Prague, including the players at the final table, want to be able to watch the match. And so we have to kind of work around it.
It's going to be weird. It's going to feel a little bit like school on a Saturday, I think, like being in there that early and probably that sparse of a room full of people. Like anyone that doesn't have to be there is probably not going to be there. It's going to feel pretty weird, I think.
Yeah. So 14th to the 18th of December, we will stream at Prague. One more Sunday Million stream of 2022 next week with Nick and Ali. I will leave you with Joe and Maria as we close out this week's Sunday Million and return you to the final table.
Adios, James. Have a nice night. Got to get some rest in before we do our podcast on Wednesday. 6 players remain. Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho, bringing it home. Likely the last time you'll see me on the Sunday Million this year. Or hear me.
Well, what a way to finish the year with a bang. I mean, if Heisenberg can continue to keep up this relentlessness, I think that this is going to be one of the most dominant final tables that I've seen on a Sunday Million.
And speaking of dominant, winning it by force with 8 tray pre-flop. All right, so the shortest stack is Luis Nerd. And Heisenberg muscles another one. King Jack under the gun, fewer than 10 bigs. Awkward spot. You really don't want to get called if you shove here. Luis has 5-point-something big blinds. I don't know, Maria. I think I kind of just fold this and see what goes on with Luis. What about you?
Yeah, you know, it's just about being able to survive more orbits than the person that's shortest. And so even if it's just by half of a big blind, you're going to want to just fold until that point. Don't blame them in that spot whatsoever.
And guess who's back? Shoves here with the worst of it. Would have been behind to King Jack, would have been behind to King 6, is behind to Ace 8, but not by a lot.
Yeah, and I think with them being covered, even though it's a good portion of your stack, Ace 8 definitely needs to get in there. Still holding. No, doesn't hold. Sorry.
Jack high flop. Good for guess who's back. Doubles through 3x3. King Jack maybe a little bit disappointed there. That would have been a double up for Matinho as well. Ace Queen for Heisenberg. Well, Frosty Nug Farms with a good beat story in chat about winning a platinum pass. Congratulations, Frosty Nug Farms. Love a good beat story.
Yeah. That is a great beat.
Won a PokerStars community free roll for a $100 ticket. Beat 5,000 players.
Wow. That is very strong. Congratulations.
Then won a $100 mega path for a $1,000 ticket.
There's more.
And then got first in the next tournament for the platinum pass.
I thought just beating 5,000 players was enough.
Ace 5.
Oh,
good enough to bad beat. From good beat to bad beat. 5 on the river eliminates Matinho. And no one's going to be happier about that than Luis Nerd. Yeah, Sourdough got the job done there. MTVPS says this is not bad beat. How about getting banned for that comment? Is that a good beat or a bad beat? I'm not sure, but either way, you are banned. Thank you for your comment. Ace Jack suited for Policia. Ace 4 folds correctly.
Oh my
Aces
goodness.
against aces here. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Are we seeing a 4 flush in our future states?
I doubt it. I doubt it. Nope. It's going to be another brutal. I can't handle another bad review of the Chop Hot song.
The very obvious 3-bet to 20K off of a 40K stack. You guys both got it. Let's go.
Aces versus aces. 2 diamonds on the flop. And this hand ends at a chop. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. You guys have to understand that the timing difference between me and James is different than the timing difference between me and Maria. So I can't take what I've learned from me and James and apply it to me and Maria. I just want you to know that. Is it too much to ask to just not have another chop pot tonight?
Now you know how it feels to always be on the defense.
Oh, we missed an all in there. Queen Jack got it in against Heisenberg. Doubles up. Oh, Tran asked, where's the sound? Sorry, there you go. Policia all in and dominated. What a flop, though. Makes the straight on the turn, and that's a double up for Policia now.
Yeah, I got very lucky with that street flash possibility to make a straight against a dominated king-queen.
Boy, Heisenberg. Kind of, is that a $3,400 bounty? Do you have to call it off for $3,400?
I mean, I think so. It's really not that
That's a
much
lot of
more.
money, yeah.
It's
And it's over on the turn. Another double up for Luis Nerd. Nine 10 suited, getting shoved on, cannot call it off.
wow.
Oh, does call it off. Is gonna need a lot of help. Got the help on the turn. No love on the river though. And despite seeming like this was gonna be a 2-horse race to the end, 3x3 falls in 5th place. 20,000 total. Sorry, 20,000 for 5th place plus 4,800 in bounties, so around 25K. And Heisenberg's about to be doubled through again. And Heisenberg is doubled through again. And that puts Policia up on top, 200 million chips.
And just like that, it is a 2-horse race again, just a different horse.
One new horse.
Heisenberg still not letting up, you know, didn't really do anything wrong, like Jack 3 offsuit open when you have all of those stack sizes so handcuffed and then forced to commit the rest because of that big bounty. Not a huge mistake. The 20 big blind shove over the open four-handed with ace-9, not a huge mistake. So not anything that I would be super critical about. Just got unlucky that they were up against aces and then queens as well. So kind of back to the drawing board for them. Not really in that power position they were in earlier, but still able to put the hurt on the shorter stacks with their sheer aggression.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there any argument to, like, you know, I know you're supposed to be raising most of your hands in that spot, but is there any argument to, like, maybe not raising whatever percentage of hands Jack 3 falls into?
Yeah, no, for sure. And there's going to be chip leaders in that spot who tend to err on the side of caution, and then there's going to be the ones that pull off the Heisenbergs. But I can honestly say that most players would probably just be opening so liberally that I would say it's the minority that doesn't find those really loose opens.
Heisenberg not really slowing down now. Attacking this open from Policia.
Yeah.
And Policia makes the call. Top pair for Heisenberg. I'm not so sure about that call, eh, Maria?
Yeah, it's definitely a little hard to play out of position against such an aggressive player. You know, not necessarily. They were about the stack size where you can set mine. You are effectively between those two stacks deep-ish enough, you know, just about 40 bigs effective, I think, to start. But a lot of times you could just opt to pass on that spot.
Policia does give up the chip lead after that hand. Heisenberg back to 200 million now. I didn't even have time to read this this fact from Fact Trick. Who said that Facts Tricked, who said that Policia went from short stack to chip leader in under 3 minutes. Pretty cool.
That's how
So
fast the tides can turn.
Yeah, they lost it again, though. Pocket tens.
But,
For guess who's back.
well, you should have gotten that stat in earlier before that pot.
I know, but, you know, as we said, it's a short, it's a short window sometimes. Heisenberg somehow hitting top pair with Jack 6. One heart, 2 overs for guess who's back. King Jack suited for Heisenberg. Just a reminder of where the players are registered to. Heisenberg coming out of Kazakhstan, Policia, Lithuania. Guess who's back? Ukraine, and Luis Nerd from Brazil. Ace Jack for Policia. Everyone with a hand here. 10s flats this time from Heisenberg. Interesting.
Very, very interesting.
Man, I'd be tempted to jam these 3s, but I guess who's back is going the conservative route, probably the correct one. Heisenberg out-flopped is open-ended. 3s can go now. And jacks and queens still beating queens and 10s.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of likely trip combos that Heisenberg has, so not that surprising to see them bet this with that straight draw equity.
Wow, gets the better hand to fold. and is now pretty dominant chip leader again. Policia again with a small pocket pair, again missing that set.
But you know who doesn't miss a C-bet? Heisenberg.
Does not at all.
Always C-betting, but cannot continue on this run out.
Checks it all the way down. Poleshka Malkete says now they are guaranteed $20,000. Amazing. They're guaranteed $28,564 now. And Luis Nerd is the favorite to double up again. Yeah, Heisenberg does pick up outs in the turn, doesn't connect with the river. Luis Nerd, another double up. Everyone's had their turn to be the short stack except for Heisenberg. Guess who's back? Now has that honor. And blinds have gone up. 5 million is your big blind. And 6 suited. Should be a raise and take it. Pocket sixes for Luis Nerd. Gets it.
Nice time to pick up queens when you have a sub 10 big blind stack and the blinds are coming around.
Mm-hmm. Up to 53 million now. 7 deuce suited on the button for Heisenberg. Rake it in.
Yeah, I'd imagine this is going to get in from guess who's back, and Heisenberg obviously has a hand that's good enough to call with. Not one of those Jack 3 opens.
Not at all. Heisenberg needs to hit a king or a queen or a straight on board, but doesn't full double up for guess who's back. Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal. Whoops.
Yeah, found the nice little limp shove against a very aggressive pre-flop opponent.
Tom Fix says it's an almost a 4-horse race again. Yeah. I wouldn't even say almost. It's pretty good here. I mean, we have a biggest stack and a shortest stack, but I don't think it's dominant enough for anyone to assume they've won or to write off any of these players at this point.
Yeah, and even if you're one of the covering stacks, doubling up any opponent is going to put a huge dent in your chip
Disaster.
position and just not the spots that you want to be taking that you were so nonchalantly as Heisenberg taking before.
Gian asks, so at this point, is it an all-in battle? We're not quite there yet, but it's getting close.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty rare that we'll see a hand go all the way through the streets without there being an all-in with any amount of betting action going on, that's for sure. King 5 suited for Heisenberg is bottom pair, one club out there. That pot does go to Heisenberg. Ace 5 off for guess who's back? Baked Alaska says Heisenberg was my Sunday school teacher before he got into poker. Huh. Sunday school in Kazakhstan, huh?
Luis connecting with the 4, 10s and 8s. Not much for Heisenberg, but that has not stopped them from sticking around and winning pots nonetheless.
Ooh, Heisenberg.
If Heisenberg decides to barrel again on the river, it's not going to work. Perhaps this would be a good time to show a little restraint, but well, that's the sizing that definitely won't cost Heisenberg too much to run that bluff, but obviously was never going to get through.
Interesting. Luis now up over 100 million now. Some very wise words here from Tallface, Maria. It's a lot harder to play the big stack when you aren't so big anymore.
Write that on a Post-it. Take it with you to Thunder Valley.
You know, I've got lots of Post-its, and I still feel like that one might be a waste. Pocket 9's re-raising pocket 3s. Folds.
Ooh. Just the ace 4 off, folding the button and back to the top 2 steps.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Paired a nut flush draw against the non-nut flush draw.
Ooh.
There's the flush.
Well,
Making the flush on the turn and drawing dead.
Yeah, and Heisenberg, no reason to not slow play here, but you're just really hoping another heart doesn't roll off on the river. If you decide to slow play, killing your action, you want to make sure you get max value. And on one hand, your opponent usually aren't going to be strong enough to call raises on the turn, which is why you want to continue to slow play, but there could be bad rivers on the end to kill your action. This one doesn't, though, but Policia checking over to Heisenberg is interesting.
Very interesting indeed. Man,
Unless
I mean,
they're
look,
just trying
considering
to induce,
Yep.
you know, a bluff, but
40 million's the bet. Policia can't go broke here. Something tells me they might just call.
I mean, considering how aggressive your opponent has been, yeah, I feel like you can't just call here. Heisenberg, can't believe their luck. What a cooler going their way.
Policia does not just call, does the lot, gets it all in, unfortunately runs into the nuts, and is now by far the shortest stack. Least, yeah, probably considering shoving here. Queen 4 suited for this many bigs, I feel like is a shove from the button.
Yeah.
4 big blinds.
Yeah, and just being the shortest stack, you got the least to lose in terms of the ICM consideration that weighs so heavily on the other stacks right now. It just doesn't feel good when you know you've got no fold equity, though.
Wow, okay. Folds with 7s out there. Shoves on Luis. Man, I wonder what hands Luis would call off 120 million with that 7s are doing great against.
Right, exactly. But
upper 3, yeah, the people that are criticizing getting it all in with the 9 high flush there, I think is unfair. Your hand's just so strong. You're playing 4-handed. I think playing it that way, it works out exactly the way you want it to until you see the cards turned over.
yeah, and they act like Heisenberg, you know, forget about all the bluffs they could have, you know, all of the one heart type hands that maybe continue. We'll talk about that after this hand.
Policia all in and dominating, does double up.
I would assume that when it gets back to Heisenberg, they're going to put Louis all in. You know, sub 20 big blind stack, 4-handed opening from first position, but Ace-Jack is going to be playing really well against that. Could profit a lot from raise folds as well.
Heisenberg taking a second, and there's the all-in, and Luis lets it go.
But just going back to that hand, though, forget about, you know, inducing a lot of obvious bluffs I think Heisenberg will have on the river. But everybody's acting in the chat that's saying that they shouldn't have gotten it in with the 9 high flush, that Heisenberg wouldn't be betting the river with other hands of value that aren't flushes. You know, like that's just not true. So you don't expect that the range of hands Heisenberg would only be betting on the river is ones that include flushes. So if that's the case, then you're still going to try to go for max value, even though a lot of the time, sure, you're not going to get called by worse when you check raise there with the 9 high flush, but you don't really want to just put yourself in a position where you potentially miss out on value.
It's just a pure cooler that looks strange to us because we can see all the hold cards. Ace-King for Luis. Pocket 10s for Guess Who's Back. 2 other playable hands, but I assume that the call-off by Guess Who's Back is going to keep those 2 from entering the pot. Not sure what the holdup is here with pocket 10s. Huh.
They're like, do I have to? Yes, you have to.
Ma, what do I do with 10s here? Ah! I don't know what does effective stack mean? By the way, I'm not encouraging anyone to ask their ma what to do, or any other person for that matter. There's the call. We are flipping. Top set for Guess Who's Back. Luis dead on the turn, full boat by the river, and Luis Nerd has a big blind. Oh, pocket nines. That's good. Pocket nines versus queen three. Lock up the double up. There you go. 2 big blinds. And king 10 against ace jack, bad. Ace tray, folded, good. Dead money from queen deuce, bad. Good. I mean.
Guess who's back? Definitely going to ISO, though. Looking at that bounty, looking at that ace jack.
Right. Heisenberg going to have to fold. There we go. Jack not good. Eliminates the tens as outs. No king on the river. There goes Luis the nerd. Wedgied right TF out of here. Busto in 4th place. $28,554 plus 6,800 in bounties. We are down to 3. 41K to the next player eliminated. Which is right now. We're down to 2 players. Threads Up Poker lasted 1 hand. I wasn't even done talking about the last elimination before Policia goes out in 3rd place for 41-3 plus 3K in bounties. And we're now playing for bounties only.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen Guess Who's Back with like a big stack, a playable post-flop stack really at the final table. But now that they're heads up, almost 30 bigs effective, it will be interesting to see if Guess Who's Back has some tricks up their sleeve.
Well, flopping a 7 here is a bit of a trick. Frosty Nug Farms noticing from 4-handed to heads up in 2 hands. Yeah. Huh. Man, you might kind of like king high here a lot of the time. And Heisenberg does bet pretty readily. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't follow all the action that closely, but just based on the run out, I feel like you're not the worst in the world for calling with king high there. Pocket kings for Guess Who's Back. Takes it down pre-flop. (10-3) versus 4-3. Seven deuce versus queen 10. King 7 suited for Guess Who's Back. Fairly short as the effective stack. $20 big blinds would be 120 million, so 30 million. Carry the 1. Not that many. Top pair. Yes, Paleska. Heads Up Poker is such a different spectrum. It is a very dynamic game indeed. 8's shoving over the top of 7 high. King 9 suited. Coming over the top of the limp from 3 deuce off. Frosty Nug Farms asks, so basically playing for 11K, I always get confused with the heads up bounties. We figured this out a while ago. You take each of the numbers in front of the players, double them, and then add them together, or add them together, then double them. So 3,400 times 2 is 6,800. And then 4,200 times 2, is that 42? Yeah. That's 8,400. So 60 4,800 plus 4,400. Sorry, 8,400 is like 15K, 15 something. Ooh, boy. Guess who's back betting into it here. Flopped top pair and the second nut flush draw. Ooh.
Yeah, Heisenberg has the world and now Rivers trips. Do they want to perhaps bet themselves now, fearing that if they check, they're not going to get a bet out of their opponent? Does look like they go for the lead.
I think they're right to bet, but also I think that this is a fold here with a 9.
Yeah, you're only beating, you know, some of the bluffs that might have come along, or, you know, the queen jack type hands that have some gut shot potential, maybe feeling like sometimes, you know, queen high could be good.
Ooh.
Also now you're chopping against other 9Xs, so not as clear cut. I think facing a really aggressive opponent, sometimes you might want to look them up.
Guess who's back did pay it off there and is now really up against it. Has about 10 big blinds. Guess who's back? Getting bled out here. Down to 8 big blinds.
Yeah, officially danger zone. Not going to have a lot of options, especially because Heisenberg won't stop putting the pressure on.
I mean, you need to pick up a hand here if you're Guess Who's Back. This would be a bad time to get it in. And that's another fold. We're down to fewer than 7 big blinds, right around 6. Ace 8, we got that one. That's an easy one.
Yeah, and this is the point where knowing what range of hands you're supposed to be calling it off with, off of your stack size, is going to be important, because you're going to be faced with a lot of all-ins coming from Heisenberg.
Diamonds dominating diamonds. Easy shove here for Guess Who's Back. Wow. Heisenberg makes the call with 9 high. And the board bricks out, so there's a double up for Guess Who's Back. A little bit of breathing room. Still, what, 15 big blinds now.
Wow, straight for Guess Who's Back against middle pair. Backdoor outs. There goes.
Oh, no. Flops the straight. Now has to fade the flush.
That's nearly pot. Trying to shake these type of hands that have quite a bit of equity.
Oh! Heisenberg moves all in. Guess Who's Back gets it in good.
Gosh.
But it's bust out time thanks to the spade on the river. Backdoor black cards for the bust out. Guess Who's Back PS, versus Heisenberg PS. I wonder if they're related. $63,088 the total for advertised payouts and bounties for Guess Who's Back. Heisenberg walks with 80,000 almost on the dot. So yeah, you can see about $17,000 difference between first and second place. Maria, it seemed like this was Heisenberg's to win regardless of some of the goof up.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it a goof up. Really, when you are playing that aggressively, you are bound to get it in bad, right? But if you're not getting it in bad sometimes, you're probably not playing aggressive enough. So it comes hand in hand with the way that it was set up, given the way the chip stacks were distributed in the final table. And everybody did the best they could do with what they were given, and Heisenberg was the one to come out on top.
The players did the best they could do. Me and Maria and James did the best we could do. Next week, it'll be Nick Walsh and Arlie Shaban doing the best they can do, and probably a whole new slew of Day 2 Sunday Million Makers. James and I have also got the podcast this week. We're going to have John Turner, online poker legend, Pearl Jammer, to discuss Poker Face with us, the new Russell Crowe poker movie. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Leave a brief review on the Discord if you want. And if you don't spoil anything, we will read it on this week's podcast. But for now, that's all the time we have got for this broadcast. For James Hardigan and Maria Ho, I'm Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.